Kukunda to give the opening remarks. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Josephine. And a good morning to you all. Welcome once again to our ACCA Student Summit. Josephine asked, I hope you're all students. But we don't mind even those who are not yet registered. If they are there, feel comfortable because it means you're on the journey to becoming a student. My name is Charlotte Kukunda, and I'm currently the country manager at ACCA Uganda. And with me is a team of amazing people who I believe everybody has gotten in touch with. We are all in the room today. So the reason why we had to sort of close office for the summit, because it's been a while since we last engaged physically, apart from the few that come to office, and would like anyone with any question, the one you fear asking when your friend is around, kindly reach out to all of us. There's Charlotte, there's Dorothy Mtabazi, who is the Business Development Manager, currently dealing with employers, Jackie Mbabazi, from whom I think the communication was coming from, that is the Business Relations Manager, Emmanuel Sia, who is usually in the recruitment and interacts with you a lot. Always also at MAT for during the exam sessions. He's the Business Relations Officer. And Anita Akera. Anita is probably your favorite. She's the one see when you have exams issues, those last minute entries. So kindly reach out to anyone. I just needed to make sure that we all know that and you're good to go. First of all, we are grateful that you've made time to come physically because that was the intention. When we put together this program, we do a bit of thinking and we are trying to think on behalf of the people that we believe in what they're doing, and for the value proposition we've presented to you. So when you show up, it is validation of what we are trying to do, but it's also encouraging. We would like also to acknowledge the ones following online. It is well, because we acknowledge not everybody could be here physically. Some people work out of town, but even then, they probably have commitments that cannot allow them. Wouldn't it be unfair for me if I don't say Happy New Year? Happy New Year, ladies and gentlemen. It's still February, so it's good. Happy Ash Wednesday. Then happy Valentine's. Happy Valentine's. We argued with Jackie Mbabazi whether the choice of day was right, because for your generation, Gen Z, millennials, these things are still very important. So how dare you put a summit? I mentioned that some people are even planning proposals, lunches, surprise what, and you're busy putting a summit. However, it is also a savior for some of you. You have very good evidence that you couldn't do anything. You had something very serious to attend to. Oh, me inclusive. I'm at this summit. So we gather once a year because our business model changed in 2022. And that business model is more hinged on business-to-business partnerships, especially for us, the market-facing staff. That means we deal more with employers, with the learning providers, with the universities, with the high schools, with the key stakeholders like regulators in the market or in Uganda. But that means we give less time to customers in a business-to-customer format. So it is supposed to help each one of us, because as we transition to working 90% digitally, We expected you to appreciate the digital first and to enjoy self-service. However, we also acknowledge we are still so African. We love seeing each other and we love the networking. So that's why we still have some of these physical engagements, and we will next year, our financial starts in April, we will resume some of the interfacing because we've, I think, lost something along the way. And I say this cautiously because we see a huge number of young people registering. So unless we interact with them and provide them with the support that they need on the journey, it might become a lonely journey. ACCA is not for the faint-hearted. It's for people with ambition, ability, and application. And those words, for me, still make a lot of sense. You can have ambition, but if you don't have the ability, you will stay with your ambition. So those who drive it through to the end are worth applauding. So you're those people. Now, we hold it annually, and we would love to have you attending or following the recording later, because the people we are bringing together are supposed to impart something that you're not getting necessarily from your tutors, because you mainly interface with tutors, or probably something you're not getting from our professional insights, and finally, from us, the ones that work for you. So we hope that this morning's program will be of value, and I would like now to appreciate all the speakers who have accepted to give us 30 minutes or 1 hour of their time. Starting with, all of these are members in a way. They're all our members, and they are member advocates. They're just not members, but they have an interest in promoting the profession, the qualification, and inspiring or motivating those who are still on the journey. They've walked the journey, so they know what you're going through, and listen in and ask as many questions as you feel like. Follow them on their social media handles. You might get something extra out of this room. So in the room, we already have some that have showed up, and I'd like to call out Alfred Agaba, who is a fellow, and is the managing director of Acclaim Africa. Kindly stand up for recognition. He has served on the Members Network panel, which is like the board of ACCA Uganda, really, as a chairperson for the panel some years back, probably before 2011. We also have Joan Laro, a fellow right now consulting, and she's a team lead at Magister Training Associates. Thank you, Joan. She's also served in the past on the panel. Josephine mentioned that she's currently serving, so you can see the younger ones are the ones on the panel now. Then we have our own Geoffrey Cheng, who will be online. He works with ACCA Kenya. And then we will go into at least giving you the tips of achieving exam success, because when you're a student, that is your main concern. The rest is secondary. So Mpaire Aguma from Matt Abacus will be sharing with us that journey as a tutor. And then finally, we'll have, we'll have our keynote address, strangely, at midday, who will speak to the theme, ACCA Global Passport. We have a lot of insight, and I would like to draw your interest into what we are delivering as research, the surveys we do. Those things are important. Yes, you are focusing on exams, but kindly be informed. Read all this research that ACCA does. That is where your money goes. People ask us, all this subscription we are paying, we invest a lot in research. We invest a lot in giving you the insights of the profession so that you're just not limited to your work, to your market. And that also speaks to the theme, why we chose the Global Passport. If I were to relive my life, probably I would consider other markets before Uganda. However, we now know that it is such a global village. It used to be talked about as a global village, but now there's no reason why you cannot travel places, even when you're here or out of here, especially with the qualification that you have. And when I say travel, meaning the opportunities are there, but you need to explore them. Explore them with the qualification that you have. We recently had our best affiliate, Pasis Muchala. She will be sharing with us shortly so that she can encourage those people who are wondering, should I really stay on this thing, on this course? Pasis was the 65th affiliate globally out of 4,503 affiliates from the December sitting. Now that for us is confidence that we actually have the right talent. We can compete globally. We just have to first be convinced that yes, we are at the right level. Now, all our top 5 were among the top 115. Those are the top 5 affiliates. So that is very good performance in itself. The paper winners are usually above the 25th in that particular paper. So if you know you're going to sit for a paper and you feel very confident, you might get a 75. Kindly always apply for that scholarship. Do you know that we actually give you back your money and tuition fees when you pass a paper with, of course, 75%. So students at times ignore that, and then they get a 76 and they come to us. It's too late. You have to apply for it before you sit for the paper. The program will end with a mentoring session. The mentor session is something that the Members Network Panel has developed. It's an initiative that is ongoing. Some of you actually registered, but when we called out members and students, we had more members offering themselves as mentors and less students. That made us realize probably they're not getting students as well, probably more than 4,000. So that means the market is out. Do not stop along the way. If you must stop along the way, at least finish level 2 and get that advanced diploma in accounting and business. Try as much as possible and complete. The ones who have gotten exemptions, because last year we recruited a lot of exemptions best students, the ones with BCom Makere, the ones from MOOBS, UCU. It's important that you prepare before you go to level 3. So kindly find support for the modules that you've been exempted from so that you don't struggle at level 3. That is if you feel there's something lacking. With that, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to say welcome once again to this summit. My role was to just give it context and why we are doing it and why we are really happy that you've showed up. One of our favorite tutors, not tutors, the owner of the tuition center, Matt Abakas, usually says, Professor Sejaka, the first signal of success is showing up. So by showing up, there is something that you might get that you didn't have before. So good morning, and I hope that you can stay with us the whole day. Josephine, over to you. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Charlotte. And I hope we're all listening. She mentioned something very key. Read the research publications, because ACCA invests a lot in these publications. And as the Global Passport offers, the qualification gives you an edge globally. So I'm going to introduce our next speaker, who seems like they have the secret to staying young, because the level of experience they have. So I'd like to introduce Alfred Brian Agaba. He's currently serving as the Managing Director of Acclaim Africa Limited, and has in the past been an external auditor, internal financial consultant, country planning manager, and chair of ACCA Members Network Panel, as Charlotte mentioned. Over his 21-year professional experience, that is why I said you really look good for your experience. He has worked with KPMG East Africa, Coca-Cola, Acclaim Africa, and Smart Consult Uganda Limited. He chairs boards of Atacama Consulting, Goldmine Finance, and Harvest Multipurpose Cooperative Supervisory Committee. He chairs the board, Audit, Risk and Compliance Committee of Nation Media Group, Uganda, and is a council member at Clark University. He plays the guitar. He's enchanted by nature, appreciates poetry, and is passionate about football and is a competitive chess player. Alfred's life is about living, loving, laughing, and learning and leading. Alfred, you're welcome.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Josephine. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning, members. As I walked in this morning and I was being introduced, certain eyes were looking at me, pairs of eyes looking at me and thinking, is this the person going to present to us? We thought he should be in a suit. Is he an accountant, really? Yes, I am an accountant, and maybe that's what I'm going to be presenting a bit about today. A bit of disruptions. I think we are getting into interesting, disruptive moments, and as accountants who sometimes are very uptight, and I thought we need to relax a bit, lay your guard down a bit, and yeah, it's not IFRS. Okay. Today, I've been given this topic, career opportunities, the impact of emerging technologies. The impact of emerging technologies. As I was being introduced, yes, it was mentioned that I chair the Board Audit Risk Committee of Nation Media Group, where we used to make money from breaking news. You know, you'd break news, and everyone comes and buys a monitor or comes to the TV to watch NTV because you have breaking news. Not anymore. That's not the value that we give anymore. We can't just keep breaking news because before you break it, it's broken on WhatsApp, right? On Twitter. It's already broken to you. Today, my mother is on WhatsApp. She gets to know about the news before I do, because I'm busy at work. She just sends for confirmation. Is this true? I'm saying, what is that? Oh yes, I saw this on WhatsApp, in a WhatsApp group I'm in, and I'm thinking, okay, interesting. Emerging technologies, making certain things, certain people, possibly irrelevant at times. I'm hoping that you will not be made irrelevant. Right, my role today is going to be to facilitate discussion. In fact, emerging technologies also, in a way, change the way we do some of the things that we do even as facilitators or as presenters. So my role today is to try and just scratch, because I have 40 minutes, right? About 40 minutes or so. It's just to scratch on the surface. It is to create a bit of engagement. It is to create a bit of curiosity. It is just to get us in a space where we want to be able to read into this and find whether we shall be relevant or not. So I will talk for a very, very short time, and you'll actually do a bit more of the talking. So what do I have with me? My ask is to walk us through a bit of the emerging technologies, and then we will get to do some work together. Artificial intelligence and machine learning. Anyone heard about that before? Just keep slipping up your hands. I'm just trying to make sure you don't sleep. Huh? Okay. Blockchain. Anyone heard about blockchain technology? Blockchain technology? You guys. You don't want to put up your hands. Eh? You're going to sleep. Huh? You're going to sleep. I was thinking, these guys don't know about blockchain technology, because if they don't, and me, I'm 20 years into this thing, then I think I'll be... Robotic process automation. Anyone heard of that? 3 people, 4 people, okay? I'm just trying to establish my relevance in this room. Data analytics and big data. Many, okay, that you've heard. Cloud computing. A few more hands coming through, okay. Internet of Things. A few more people have heard. Guys at the back, are you there? Heard of any of these things? Okay. Virtual and augmented reality. A few hands. I'm feeling good right now. You have no idea. You have no idea because I thought you were way ahead of me. But it does feel that it feels otherwise. Okay. At least this one you've had. Cybersecurity. You've had people talk about that at least, eh? Okay. Right. So guess what we are going to do today? What is going to happen is I'm going to break us up into groups. Okay? I know you came to listen to me, but I'm going to break us up into groups. This is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. I think up to about 10 tables. Right. So I'm going to break us into 10 groups. In the order of these tables up to 10. I request the people who are here, you will come and join here. Those who are this side, you'll come and join this table. The others, you'll do the same, you'll come and join there. You just bring your chairs on this side. Don't move yet, before I give the instruction. So what's going to happen is in each of the groups, I'm going to give you one of these things. Okay? I'm going to give you one of these things. There are 10, I think. Are they 10 or 8? They're 8. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 8. They're 8. But I'll break us into 10 because there are 2 I think I want to give to 2 groups. So I'll give each group just one of these things. And what we shall do is to find out, 1, what is that emerging technology that's called either blockchain or virtual reality or augmented reality or whatever it is. 2, how will it make a sleeping accountant irrelevant? How will it make a sleeping accountant irrelevant? And 3, how, is this a bit loose? Some technical support. It's not technical. Okay, I think it's something loose here, just near the laptop. Okay. Off it goes. I think it's a bit loose. Okay, I was going to look for something to help replace that. No. Okay, the good thing about my slides is they're always very simple. So as they try to do that, we're going to do three things. One, we said we will define that technology. Two, we'll ask ourselves, how will it make a sleeping accountant irrelevant? And three, we'll ask ourselves, how will an alert accountant leverage it? Just those three things. How will it make a sleeping accountant irrelevant? But also, how will an alert accountant leverage it? Those are going to be the three questions we'll try and discuss in the group. Okay, don't worry. We'll continue. I have taught under a mango tree successfully. Okay, so we'll let this thing go. Right, so that's what we're going to do. I'm okay with the content, and it's okay. We'll let it go because it's disrupting us. And that's part of what is going to be happening with our emerging technologies. Sometimes they'll be disruptive, and then sometimes human elements will have to come in and deal with the disruptions, you know. There are those who used to drive the good old manual car, and you knew when to engage the gear and all that. Now you drive a fully electric car, and at some point it just says, we can't sense, sensors have died. And then you're wondering, those days you just push the car and it goes. Now you can't push it, the sensors have. So the sensors here have died, but that's okay. So we're going to push the car. So I'm going to ask that the people on this table come and just join on this side, and this side I'll give us the instructions without this. When it comes, it will find us ready. So this side, just come with your seats and come to the front here. Those, you can come in here, just join these guys here. I'm also trying to achieve the... I'm also trying to achieve the networking they mentioned you should have. Now you're going to look people in the face. There you are looking at them on the side. Now you're going to look them a bit in the face. How are you doing? Now you can be asking them how they are doing. Are they working yet, or is it still a dream? You're welcome. Just get your seat and come and join these guys. You're welcome. Come and join these ones here. You're welcome. Come and join these ones here. This is table number 3. 1, 2, 3. You're welcome. Come and join these ones here. Please come and join in here. Come and join in here. Those online, I'm not very sure how you're going to handle, but try and answer these questions as well. So join in quick so I can give us this, and then we can get discussing. So as we move, this first table, you're going to discuss artificial intelligence and machine learning. This table, artificial intelligence and machine learning. So yes, I see that the table is quite big. You can't shout the other side. So you'll kind of huddle up. This group will speak together. The other group will speak together. You see that? You don't have to shout across. So you huddle together. So this group, you're going to discuss the mighty blockchain. Not cryptocurrency, but blockchain. Here, this group. This group here, you're going to discuss robotic process automations. This group here. The huddle here, the huddle there, you'll discuss robotic process automation. I'll come back at the end again and give us what the instruction is of what we're discussing. But at least write down what you're discussing. This table here, you're going to discuss data analytics and big data here. Data analytics and big data. This table here, you're going to discuss cloud computing. Cloud computing. This table here, you're going to discuss Internet of Things. Internet of Things. People are wondering, what is that? Hey, that's what you're going to do. We're going to find out what is it first of all. And then Internet of Things. Okay? I'm going to request the people here to come and join these people. Kindly come and join these people here. Come and join this group. This group, you're going to discuss virtual and augmented reality. Virtual and augmented reality. Virtual and augmented reality. Virtual and augmented reality. I request you to also come and join this group here. Like I said, they're big, so you'll kind of huddle up this side and that side. You'll both discuss the same thing. This table here, you're going to discuss cybersecurity. 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 Kindly come and join here. Cybersecurity. Cybersecurity. I request us to come and join here. Kindly come and join in here. I'll also request those at the back to kindly come and join here. Those at the back. Just carry, no, the last row. Not this one, the last row. Just come and join here. And you'll have a little huddle here, a little huddle the other side. I also want you in this table here to discuss cyber security as well. Cyber security. Cyber security. And then finally, I'll ask you to come and join this group. Come and join this group. And you're going to discuss blockchain. 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 So we all know what we're going to discuss. The first thing we're finding out is, what is this animal? What is this thing? What is this technology? Okay? Are we listening? We're asking ourselves, what is this technology about? Because there are people on our table who have never heard of this thing, or they've just heard of it and they just passed. They are busy looking at IFRS 9. Okay? So what is this technology about? 2, how will it make a sleeping accountant irrelevant? 3, there's something that happens when you go to the third one, but don't worry. How will it make an alert accountant? How will an alert accountant leverage it? What technology is it? 2, how will it make a sleeping accountant irrelevant? And 3, how will an alert accountant leverage it? You're going to have 10 minutes to discuss, and then we'll have a point of presentation. You all have your gadgets on you. This is one of those times when you're allowed to pull out your phone, get on internet, find out what this is, discuss. Let's go. 10 minutes, we'll discuss. Over to you.
And at times within that group, when they are the audience, they might not put up their hands. But within that group, someone might end up opening up and sharing actually a lot more than all that. Yeah. That is a big group they want.
Well, that's the difference between presenting and facilitating.
And facilitating.
Mine is facilitating.
Proper trainer.
No, but you have to do it because I don't want to think you've done it for long, but you just, I think you're easy to follow, and to, it's not like you're ordering, but I get it. You just switched into teacher mode. There are some facilitators who feel like people are hesitant to, abide. But you just sort of switched instantly. Yeah.
Yes. They would don't sit together because they know which is
Even when you're counting, I was like, with the chairs feet, they must feed.
they know how to.
They must feed, but it's okay.
already has created services that itself but here what is happening remotely, like they have their server provider and we are connecting through the internet having all our services like storage and also have all that done that is there like we are very like they provide us with the software and storage and everything table for Microsoft and we internet we don't have any problem with that
We have some 3 minutes left. I hope sleeping accountant
Technology.
we're almost closing off to get to discussion.
the information they have and make it better. How will a sleeping accountant be relevant? A sleeping accountant is made relevant because the machine learning is able to do their job better than them. It's able to do their job better than them, work more, yeah. And also it's able to streamline routine tasks like data entry and reconciliation. So the second question.
No, you can pause there. This group is going to give us the second bit. How can an alert accountant leverage upon it?
Good morning, everyone. I'm Mulumba Umar Ahmed. One of the ways that it can make an alert accountant rich, there is increased efficiency. This is the ability that machine learning and AI can help in the ability. It has the ability to automate repetitive tasks at a go, and there is also, it improves customer experience. This is in a way that the AI algorithms can be used to understand the behavior of the clients for better servicing. And also, it can help to predict insights into the market, which will help the accountant benefit more on the data. It also enhances decision making. Thank you.
Thank you. Please, a hand clap to them. Thank you. Thank you very much. They've talked about repetitive tasks. It will deal with some of those repetitive tasks like data entry, etc. So the accountants then are focusing more on the advisory side of things. It gives you what you need then for you to be able to advise. Thank you very much. Table number 2, blockchain. When some people hear blockchain, they think cryptocurrency, Bitcoin. But let's hear what you have to say.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Remy Wahanze. Yeah, I'm grateful to be here. So, Group 2, we had a discussion on blockchain. So, first of all, blockchain is sort of like a chain that
is in a block.
Yes, that is in a block. Yeah. So you essentially have now for example, if you hear the word crypto, now blockchain uses what they call cryptography. Yeah. You find that there is like if you send someone a message, that message must be able to reach that person, but no other person should be able to read it. Yeah. So you've heard of what they call secret codes? Yeah. So in computer science, there's something they call cryptography, where they encode these things, and then the other person who you're sending it to is the one who's in position to decrypt it. So there's a public key and a private key. So the public key is your identity, which of course never reveals your name. Yeah. So you find that it's just the characters. They're just characters. So that's a public key. So if I want to send something to you, I will send it through your public key, and you'll only unlock it through a private key. So how does it now how will it make a sleepy accountant irrelevant? First of all, it will make that if a sleepy accountant is doing accounting work in this day and age, there is going to be inefficiency. Yeah. Why? Because you find that these systems operate in a seamless manner. There is a way in which, for example, you don't need an intermediary to be able to do something, because you can be able to get data from one place to another without having to sort of like put in an intermediary, take for me this, no. Because, and then secondly, yes, there's the idea of smart contracts. Now, here, if an accountant is sleepy, a smart contract is a self-executing contract. You find that if I'll only pay you if you do this, yeah? So the moment you do it and then you feed in that, say, ledger, what we call a block, and say like using your public key, then the payment will come, yeah? So a sleepy accountant, if he doesn't have one, then that means that he's going to become obsolete.
Thank you.
Then
I'll pick to this other side just to hear from their end as well. There I want to find out how an alert accountant can actually make use of blockchain. I hope I'm achieving what I was meant to. Just build curiosity. Leave when you still feel like you need more, right? So you can go back and dig into these technologies. Okay.
Thank you very much. An alert accountant will be more strategic and more efficient in terms of executing. So a smart accountant will not look at blockchain technology as his or her rival, but rather a process with which they will work to achieve the best possible efficiency and result for their client. Thank you.
Thank you. A hand clap to the team here. Okay, as I move to the next, I have things like security in transactions. We've talked about that. Reduced need for things like, if I use your language, reconciliations, because accountants, you like to do reconciliations. You will not need to reconcile this one to this one because it's sorted already by blockchain. So already a task gone. Okay, next table we have robotic process automation. Robotic process automation.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Adam Kasana. We'll be talking about robotic process technology. So typically what it means is it's basically the use of robots, automated systems to perform repetitive tasks. And some of these tasks include data entry and reconciliations. That's basically what it is. So according to what we came up with, we were thinking that if for a sleeping accountant, if they don't know how to use this technology, let me say they don't know how to operate that technology, it would probably mean that they will not be able to use it to their advantage to perform tasks such as being able to focus on other more important roles like decision making and analysis. Yes, thank you.
Thank you. We'll cross to the other side to hear how can an alert, a smart accountant, leverage.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Andrew, and we're talking about robotic process automation. An alert accountant, in this case, we've all seen how accounting is and what things you need to do when you're doing accounting. There are human errors, and we're prone to that. But using this robotic process automation, it means the human error will be reduced. It will be minimal. Because first of all, this robotic process automation, when you're not around, meaning there will be more accuracy and the human error will be reduced. That's how an alert accountant will benefit from this. Thank you.
Right, thank you very much. A clap for them. We'll cross to this side. Thank you. What were we discussing here? Data analytics and big data. What is that? Go ahead.
Good morning, everyone. So we're given the topic big data and data analytics. So basically, I'm going to give it like a whole view with an example. That's Netflix. See, you watch Netflix, most of you here. Now, every time you log into Netflix, they know what you've been watching. They know what you want. How? Big data. They are collecting all that data. They know that she likes the romance. She likes the sci-fi. You get? That is big data. All that magnitude of data that they're collecting to use to get to know you, that's where data analytics comes in. Now that's the one that transforms the data to get to know you as me, Anita, the customer. I like this, I like this. You get? So that is big data analytics. Just all that data they are collecting. Even on Twitter, they do it. You find things that you like. You don't find things that you don't like, yeah? So that's big data, basically. Then the data analytics is transforming that data, yeah? And making it customer-based, organization-based. So if you're sleeping and you're an accountant, it's going to leave you behind. You'll be hung up on data entry, small things, things that are not modern. Now the modern technologies, you find that they are improving their customer satisfaction. They are performing better because they are using the data. And if you're sleeping, you'll be behind. They'll leave you behind. You find yourself not performing. Yeah.
Great. Thank you. So what is the alert accountant going to do?
Good morning, everyone. My name is Victor Luciva. I'm going to discuss how the alert accountant can leverage data analytics and big data. First of all, I believe that a business's decisions are supposed to come from the decisions we, the customers, the consumers make. So they make decisions based on what we like and what we love, just like Anita has explained. So data analytics and big data, they help the accountant, they will help the alert accountant to actually keep track of the ever-changing tastes and preferences of the consumers. They are going to help, for example, if I like the Benz today, and then they don't have a TV in the Benz, maybe the data analytics, basing on other companies, basing on other things, and through market surveys and things of that sort, which is also big data, and data analytics, they're going to help me, they're going to help the company to actually make better informed decisions to help the business actually grow in the long run. So the data analytics helps with that. They're going to help the alert accountant to actually make quicker and much more accurate decisions. In that the data, the kind of information that we deal with in businesses today is very large. So an accountant, an alert accountant is going to be able to deal with these large data sets because there is big data. So that large data sets is going to be able to make decisions using that information within the shortest time possible, and it's going to be more accurate than when this accountant takes a longer time. This is going to improve the efficiency of businesses, it's going to save costs, and it's also in the long run, of course, going to lead to higher profits in the businesses. Thank you very much.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. A big hand clap to this group. You know, with every group you have that feel, this one start the other side. Eh? Okay, there's that whole feel that if you give them a few more minutes, they'll turn you into experts in the area. Cloud computing, go ahead.
Good morning. We discussed cloud computing, and this is basically delivery of computing services through servers, storage, database, software, and this is done over the internet. We all know that for the different services that we offer, we have the linkage between the softwares and then how they end up to produce the products that we use for our accounting services. My colleagues have spoken about big data. All this can be stored on different cloud locations. We have Google Drive. We have things like Dropbox. You have OneDrive. Should your information get lost, then you can just go back to your OneDrive and then you restore everything. The different examples we have under this include private. We can have the public, we have the hybrid clouds, and then we have multi-clouds for different, say for example, you have different branches that can be interlinked or connected into one communication channel. And then the benefits, we had one that included cost saving. You can save a lot of time if you store your stuff in one cloud. Anyone can access them as long as they have accessibility. And then we have stuff like security. When you lock your stuff on OneDrive, then you know that no one without access can actually get the information that they should not have.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I wonder what this other side is going to be left with, but they'll add something. Go ahead.
Good morning, everyone. I'm George. Just adding on what my colleague is saying, there are three forms in which cloud accounting is represented. That is the infrastructure, platform, and software. Now, the software, we are using systems to produce financial statements like the Microsoft Dynamics, the QuickBooks, and all that. All those can be programmed, configured to produce reports, and you don't exactly need to be on your table. To just pop up, and meaning you as the financial reporting accountant, you might be made irrelevant if at all you don't now go into the analytics part of it. We don't need to file anymore, like she said, big data. Our records can be stored on a server somewhere whereby anyone needing to access records or a file, you just have to reach out there. Now, this means an accounts clerk, an accounts assistant, you're actually being made irrelevant. So much.
Okay, I will stop right there in the interest of time. Thank you very much. A hand clap to all of them. Microsoft Dynamics. If you forget a number of things they've talked about, please go and learn how to use Microsoft Dynamics in the event you don't. Yes, we're talking about everyone. Internet of Things.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Can you hear me? Yeah.
30 seconds.
Lawrence Mabilizi, and I'll be discussing the Internet of Things, like we've discussed with my colleagues. the Internet of Things, in a nutshell, refers to the real time. The sleeping accountant cannot be able to cope up because they have to take a lot of time in order to come up with management accounts. So decisions take longer, so their jobs get replaced. In addition, our colleagues who discussed first talked about AI and automation. So the Internet of Things is further enhanced with AI. So AI can easily replace some of the basic entries and debits you guys be doing as sleeping accountants.
Thank you. I'm going to ask you to cross to this other side. I know there's a lot on the page, but we're just scratching a little,
Thank you.
Yes.
Blaise Triasingra. And as my colleague has just discussed, with Internet of Things, it's about the devices that are now being used to do most of the jobs the accountants were supposed to do. So how will an alert accountant take advantage of it? Take an example of a payroll accountant. Your job was to make sure you're giving people their salaries, you prepare the payroll, allowances are paid, and now there is a biometric. Biometric is making sure that every person is signing in. That means overtime is coming on a computer somewhere. They no longer need to come to your desk to sign there. That means your boss will wake up and say, you know what? I can give these people their salaries without you. So how do you take advantage of that? Make sure you know, one, how to use these devices. Number two, how to manipulate the data from these devices, and how to offer other services like trains and all these data analytics, so that your job has a meaningfulness from these devices. Just take advantage of them.
Great. Thank you very much. We won't need to have stock taking and things like that if all the devices you want to stock take have a digital and you can trace them. There you go. Virtual and augmented reality.
Hello, my name is Nyasha. I'm going to define the difference between virtual and augmented reality. Virtual reality is getting an experience through computer or technology, which can be through a virtual meeting, which can be through Zoom. That's virtual reality. Then augmented reality is more on, it works hand in hand with virtual, but it's more on enhancing the image which virtual provides with the reality. It can be in simple functions like phones, like cameras, like combining images to improve the visuality which you're seeing. That is augmented reality. Then we had split to two people to one to define, then the other is going to express how relevant it is to a sleeping accountant and an awake one.
Okay, so this side, let us know how the accountant uses that.
Good morning, all. Fred is my name. So we looked at this basically as an accountant. To start with, for a sleeping accountant, they will be actually out of job. There's nothing more, because at the end of the day, if you do not leverage on this, whatever is happening, there is nothing to do with sustainability. You'll be actually pushed out. But how can we leverage on it? First of all, these virtual and AR, all of them help us to, create, be creative. Why? Because they handle large data, financial statements, and so forth. So we are able to get this data in time. Secondly, we can also visualize the accounting data, making sure that at least what they do, we can easily interpret, because we can also get the interpretation from them. They help us basically in learning. It's easy to to learn using these VR and AR and. So at the end of the day, we expect that once you learn, it's easy to learn using them. Then customer care, of course, all of us have talked about that, whereby we can easily talk to our customers, visualize exactly what we're talking about, or make sure that all customers get to or are reached to in time. Then the last is corporate reporting.
I'll stop you just right there. Thank you very much. A clap for the augmented reality and virtual reality group. I'm sure some people didn't know that some of the things can apply in accounting, but there you go. Cybersecurity. Here you'll define it. The other side, they'll talk about how the accountant can use it or even mitigate.
Yeah. So, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Agaba Joshua, and I'll be taking you through cybersecurity. So, the definition. Cybersecurity refers to the practice of protecting internet-connected systems such as hardware, software, and data from cyber attacks, unauthorized access, and etc. So, how is this going to bother a sleeping accountant? Now, if you are a sleeping accountant, you want to do things the traditional way. You want to record your things in a book. You want to use your T account. And by God's grace, you're employed in an organization. By God's grace. I'll quote that, reiterate that. By God's grace, you're employed in an organization that is tech-based, that uses security. You are bound to face a very lot of complications. First of all, you'll be faced with a system you do not understand because you refuse to learn it. There's going to be data loss. You're going to lose a lot of data. And you're putting the reputation of your organization in compromise. You're going to eventually compromise the reputation of the organization you're working for.
I will stop you right there. Wow. Let's cross to the other side. Just hear one from that side and then come to this table because they also covered cybersecurity. So here we won't be defining it, but we'll be dealing with other parts of the question. Yes.
Hello everyone, good morning once again. How will it make an alert accountant leverage it? I'm going to add on to your point. How
Just
it
one.
will make a sleeping accountant irrelevant. It exposes the accountant at a risk of legal costs and loss of confidentiality. And the third question, the answers are: it protects the risk of data. It protects risk of data breaches, and it also protects the integrity of financial data. Let me give an example. You see those systems called Tally, EPR, or QuickBooks, those systems that you use, Oracle in the accounting. So you know whenever you're going to operate them, you input a password. Why? You're protecting data. Yeah, that's what I can briefly say.
Thank you. Thank you very much. A hand clap to them. One here and one that side. If you have an addition, if you don't have it, also fine to say ETC.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Badru Masole, and I'm going to discuss since they have said no definition, I'm going to discuss how it will make, how cybersecurity will make a sleeping accountant irrelevant. I'm referring to someone who doesn't know what it is and can't apply it. So first of all, it will put the third-party client data at risk. For example, if a person can access our client's information and uses it against him or her, we're likely to face legal charges and also have a negative image, which will affect our goodwill. The next thing is, we shall be a sleeping accountant might expose. For example, I'm given a good position at Matt Abacus, then I compromise the intranet and extranet. Those are things which are only restricted to a specific group of people, internal and external. I'll face a high risk of losing my job and also facing other incidental costs in terms of penalties and charges, or even being imprisoned. So thank you very much.
Thank you. People didn't clap for you there because you ended with prison. Please clap for him. He's just keeping you out of prison. That side, let's have just one more. And then finally here, then we'll close off.
Thank you very much. My name is Napoth. Since most of them have talked about the sleeping accountant, I will talk about the accountant who is alert.
Right.
How can the alert accountant leverage on the cybersecurity? One, with cybersecurity skills, the accountant will be able to adapt to the certain risk mitigation skills. We also have gains the knowledge in understanding the potential threats that might affect the organization. For example, in 2020, we had a pandemic, and most of us were working from our homes. Now, in an event that you have an accountant who is alert, that means they can easily understand potential threats to do with the cyber fraud, the intention to impersonate data, For example, if I'm transacting and a certain person is intending to impersonate me, they will definitely put in my details. If I'm not cybersecurity literate, I would definitely, as somebody who is seated in a bank, allow the transaction to go through. But if you have the knowledge of cybersecurity, you would first do the track and then identify if true this person is not a robot. And
thank you very much. I will stop you right there.
Thank you.
Thank you. A hand clap to them. Even this side, you're allowed to clap. You can also clap, eh? It's okay. Finally, here we talked about blockchain. We've talked about it there before, but closing here, if you have additions, blockchain, not the definition, but we can go to the second and third part of the question. Blockchain. One here, one there. Go ahead. And if you don't have it, it's also perfectly fine. You can say what we had was said by the other guys.
Yes, good morning. My name is Kutesa Benon. I'll talk about how a blockchain, call it distributed ledger technology, can help how an accountant can leverage it. One of the issues that they have not talked about is real-time tracking. Yeah, it will help in real-time tracking because things are automated and you can easily find them on the system. So it helps in real-time tracking. And
what are you tracking?
There is
what are you tracking?
Pardon?
What are you tracking?
The transactions, for example.
Okay.
Then it prevents fraud in the system because it has security that protects this system. Then
thank you.
it
I'll
is
just
cost
stop you right there.
reduction.
I'll stop you right there to reduce costs. That's what you were saying. One last one there. You reduce costs because, like they said at the beginning, intermediaries come out of the game, and you reduce the costs. You have
good morning.
Executing contracts. Yes, last
my
one.
name is Agaba Blessed, and maybe I'll just cite out how the work accountant can take advantage of the blockchain. It's going to increase their scope as the prison something I talked about. Let's say if we're now in 2024, things are moving quick. As we talked about emerging technologies, they're going to look for the person who is most competent, has the highest set of skills. So if you have this in your skill set, it's obviously going to make you more marketable. And yeah, of course, it's making transactions more secure and safe because of how when you go back to the definition, it talks about how it's tamper resistant but transparent. So everyone in the system can get the data, but exterior people cannot be able to access. Thank you.
Thank you very much. A big hand clap, everyone, for everyone that has contributed. Thank you very much. And I will complete this session in the next 2 minutes. And then you will go back to your seats. I realize I've used slightly more than I wanted to. But I just wanted to close by mentioning that this research took me exactly 3 minutes to research what I presented. It took me exactly 3 minutes, 9:15 to 9:18 p.m. And I was done. 1 more minute, I worked out how I will deliver it. So for 4 minutes, I was done. And then worked on the slides, and I was good to go. So how did I use the technology? You all have ChatGPT 3.5, some of you are on 4 now, which you have to pay for. The technologies are available to you. So a presenter, a facilitator, no longer needs to go and look at Google page this, Google page that, there is this, is that. You can actually prepare for a presentation like this in. Thank you very much. Back to your seats. Over to you.
Thank you so much, Alfred. Okay. Guys, aren't you happy you spent your Valentine's here? You should ask people, where's your ACCA? When they ask you, where's your boyfriend or girlfriend? So anyway, I would like to thank Alfred again, and I would like to ask you to give him a big round of applause because he really delivered something different. And I think you can all agree. You expected to come here, be on your phones, just listen, but he engaged you, and I hope you got to know each other, and I hope he scratched the surface, as he said. So if you have any questions, please do ask. We're giving you a few minutes to ask some questions, and just let us delve into the experiences and discussions. So does anybody have any questions? Everyone understood blockchain? Or the algorithm and how it works? Guys, remember, everything in finance translates into money. You should remember that. So you're very well positioned to take advantage of these technologies.
Just a warning, any question you ask, I'll ask you to type it into chat GPT and get the answer.
He has made things easier. So you don't have to be worried. Chat GPT can actually give you the answer. Okay, Alfred, I think you were very clear. You actually over-scratched the surface, I think. Oh, thank you.
Thanks once again. Mine is not about, but I'm asking to the extent, how have this been applied in daily accounting practice in Uganda, for example? And to what extent have these emerging technologies seeped into accounting practice? And what do you think about the trend and how it's going to go about? Thank you.
Should you type into ChatGPT? Yeah, please.
Thank you very much. I think the answers are on that side. To what extent? I mean, a number of you work in a number of organizations. Some of you have used cloud computing already in many different ways. You've had scalability. I think it was advanced a lot more, especially during COVID. People work remotely now, largely because of what, say, for instance, cloud computing has given you. My team has been working remotely since 2020. They've never gone back to office, brick and mortar. 21, 22, 23, 24, because of cloud computing, we're able to do that. So some of the things are actually being applied already. Blockchain, some people are a bit scared of it because the introduction was largely through cryptocurrency and Bitcoin. So people thought, this thing here, these coins, we don't know these coins. Cryptocurrency uses the technology of blockchain. Cryptocurrency is not blockchain. It uses the technology. So the technology can actually be used. We still have a lot of fraud in different areas, things like land titles and things like that. If you used blockchain, we would have no fraud with land titles, or you have a title here and a title there, exact same titles. They are two but different owners, which we have right now. But of course, some of these things will take a while to get implemented because there are still some of those who want to take advantage of the existing flawed systems. So many of these things we've talked about, some of them are actually being applied already in this country. Some of them are just being introduced into the space. And later on, I mean, there's hacking. People can hack into your laptop using your fridge. If your fridge is, we said Internet of Things, yeah? It is digital, or your kettle is digital, and then they hack into your laptop but via your fridge. There are some of those things that are starting to pick up into this space. So I can't go through all of them, but main thing for me was to make sure that you are aware of these things. Take a bit more time, study them more, dig deep into each one of them. You will receive the presentation. It's very light, just 5 slides, including the title and my at the end. So just take time, study them a bit more, and see the extent to which you as an accountant can apply them, can leverage them. That will make you a different accountant from all the others that you're competing with. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Any other questions? Okay, and just so to add, I was listening to a podcast yesterday, and they said the reason why this technology has not yet been implemented is that it's hard to find people who have finance and an understanding of this technology. Most of them are just quants and software engineers who understand this technology, but they don't have the finance background. So that's a niche that we can actually explore with our finance knowledge. So I would like to appreciate Alfred. Charlotte, please. You never leave empty-handed here.
For his, how many minutes did you take to prepare? For your 3 minutes preparation and for the effort that you've helped all of us connect with the topic and with the 8 elements, I would like to appreciate you on behalf of this whole congregation. Thank you, Alfred. And we hope you've understood the secret, the facilitation. I'm happy that you actually engaged. You are free to leave at will, but would love to have you listen to the next speakers.
Thank you. We appreciate it. So we want to catch up with time. We do apologize, we're a bit behind, but we are going to make up for it, don't worry. So we're going to present our next speaker. She presents the bold in ACCA. Our next speaker is going to be talking about professional development and employability. Sorry, I think it's going. Yeah. Professional development and employability. What does it take? So our next speaker is Joan, Laro. Joan is the founder and team leader of Magister Training Associates, a consultancy company on a mission to equip and resource you with professional development and organizational development services so you thrive. Previously, Joan spent over 18 years in financial, grants and operations management roles for international and local charities and a public university, where she was keen to translate funds, grants into impactful goods and services for communities and sponsors alike. Joan holds a master's degree in development economics from Uganda Matters University, a Bachelor of Science degree from Makerere University, is a fellow of ACCA, a Chartered Public Accountant of Uganda and equivalent. Joan also holds a certificate on organizational development and management from the East African Support Unit for NGOs in Arusha, Tanzania. Joan is a certified speaker, trainer and coach from Maxwell Leadership Team, as well as a certified trainer and consultant of the Maxwell DISC behavioral method. Joan is also a business development trainer on the ELO program. Joan is passionate about personal development and building capacity of public institutions, private sector, non-profit organizations, and social enterprises in sound organizational development services, including organization assessments, strategy resource mobilization, financial grants management, leadership, communication, and team building. Joan is an on-call reviewer of the National Institute of Health, US, a role she played since 2016. Joan is a board member at Civic Fund, where she heads the Audit, Finance, and Risk Committee. She's also a board member with Nature Uganda. She's a chairperson of the Growth Club, a women-founded investment club. She's a mentor with Girls for Girls. Joan loves nature, traveling, and adventure in the world and around water bodies. Ladies and gentlemen, please help me welcome Joan Laro.
Thank you so much for that kind introduction. Thank you, Josephine. Thank you so much. It's such a pleasure to be here. And that is not for you to understand, but that's what the company does, Magister Training Associates. What we are about is making people more confident, focused, and decisive. So when we are discussing here who is going to lead, who is going to be the chairperson, who is going to be the secretary, I saw people focus, decisive, and organized at a personal level, but also at organizational level. The other thing is that we support businesses to become sustainable and also make sure that organizations are well resourced with time, human resources, every resource that will help an organization to evolve. So that's what Josephine was explaining, and what we do is we speak, we train, we coach, we mentor, we team build, and today I'm privileged to be speaking to you, so thank you so much. That is just a summary of what Majesty Training Associates does. So let's start. Today we are going to look at the great topic that we have, professional development and employability. What does it take? It takes courage. It takes showing up. And clap for yourselves for showing up here today. Yeah. So you're ready? Sorry. Oh. Okay. Okay, they are unplugging me. As they unplug me, can I have some volunteers? I need volunteers. Just come in front here. Volunteers. About 20 people. Volunteers. It doesn't. Volunteers, come running, please. Volunteers, about 30 people. Volunteers, we need volunteers. Oh. Okay, great. Thank you so much. Wow. I wish I had jobs. These are the people I will employ. Sincerely. Showing up. When they ask for volunteers and you don't volunteer, that's how you pass on promotions. You need to be able to volunteer. Not everything needs to be paid for. So thank you so much, my volunteers. And today I have a Valentine gift, which is, where is my gift? Love. Jealous. Okay. But we are going to do a simple activity as part of our icebreaker. Can you make the line a bit straight? But now, you people who fail to come here, give them big flowers. And you know the flowers? Give them flowers. Shower them with flowers. Okay. Please make a line. Let everybody have a space. We are going to do a simple activity as part of icebreaker. Please extend so that everybody has space. But I want to thank you so much for volunteering to do this for us. So we're going to do a simple activity. What we are going to do is multiplication table. Those who thought multiplication table ended, it is back here today. We are going to count it, okay? So for example, you say 1. You clap. Clap just once. And then the story continues. You say? That's what we are going to do. Thank you so much. Clap for them. These are brilliant people. Let's start now with loud voice. Start.
1, 2, 4, 5, 6.
7. So the multiple of 3 we clap. Okay? Let's start from this other side, okay? Multiples of 3. When we have a multiple of 3, you clap your hand, you don't mention it, okay? Let's start.
1, 2, 4, 5, 7, 8. 14, 16, 17, 19, 20, 22.
Thank you so much. Clap for them, you can take your seats. So that was a little icebreaker for us to say that professional development means continuous learning. Yeah, it means continuous learning, ability to keep update. You see what the exercise that they did. They needed to be alert. They said multiples of 3 clap. So some of us were clapping and some of us were. So where is my pointer? Hey, thank you. Okay. So that was a little icebreaker, but the icebreaker was to say we need to remain alert, even when you've finished your ACCA. Who are those who have already finished ACCA? Not yet? All of you are students? Which level? Level 1, put up your hands. Level 2. Hey, wow. Level 3. Hey, clap for yourselves, clap for yourselves. Okay. So none of you has finished yet, okay? Yeah, so it means you need to continuously update yourselves. Professionally, it's good you're already doing a professional course in accountancy, and that is fantastic because you then get to have specialized knowledge in that particular area, and that's what the employers are looking for. So we are going to talk about why, what, and how, and then some references. That's what we are going to talk about today. So why professional development? Can somebody give me some answers? Why professional development? Why is it important? Why are we here? Why have we come to listen to this? The microphone. Okay, the microphone is this side. This friend of mine is very serious. They can answer. Why professional development?
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
I think professional development is vital in life because it's like a process. You go through things that nurture you as a person. It's a continuous process of learning because learning never stops.
Give him flowers. Give him flowers. Thank you. Very good. But the thing is, good to great organizations are normally concerned with recruiting the right people because specialized knowledge can be learnt and acquired. Now, we have just been looking at, what is it? What is the topic that we've been looking at? Emerging technologies. So meaning the sleeping accountant, you can actually be overtaken. Yeah? So you need to remain relevant. So it's not just about the qualifications or the professionalism that you require, but you need to keep on updating so that you are current. So Jim Collins says, good to great organizations are normally concerned with recruiting the right people. So the right people, of course, definitely you need to have the competence, you need to have the skills, the technical skills, which you're already pursuing, but you need also extra more. Because the old adage that people are your most important asset is wrong. It's wrong. People are not your most important asset. It's the right people. So you need to make sure that you are the right people for these jobs. So what do we need to do? And that's why professional development is very important. If you look at this definition that I got from Google, can somebody read for us? Just pass the microphone and somebody reads. Pass to. There's a willing person here. You spoke very well. You read.
Okay. Professional development refers to the continuous education and career training after you have entered the workforce in order to help you develop new skills, stay up to date, and advance your career.
Yeah, so you need new skills. Even today, those who came here learned something. Learned that ability to show up, that ability to come in front even when you do not know what is going to be asked of you. And that's the kind of spirit that you need to have. Because if you are just laid back waiting to know everything, jobs are going to pass you. So you need to be able to show up as and when is required. I want to connect it straight away to employability. Remember our topic, professional development and employability. What does it take? That's what we are discussing today. Who is reading for us? Be passing the microphone around. So that when it's on you, you just you just speak. Yes.
Employability refers to a set of achievements, skills, understanding, personal attributes that make you more likely to gain employment and be successful in your chosen occupation.
Yes. So you need to have the skills, the understanding, the personal attributes. Personal attributes, being decisive, being able to even show up when you're not very sure what you are expected of. Being able to learn new things, not just accounts, but leadership, communication, negotiation. What else? Somebody shout, somebody who has the microphone. What else do you think you need to to have?
Problem solving.
Problem solving, Who else has a microphone?
Critical thinking.
Critical thinking, wow. Anything else? Adaptability.
Being able to adapt, yeah.
Yes, and being flexible. Yeah, being flexible. Like now, what you did was great. You adapted and brought in an answer. Okay, so those are the things that we actually need. So right people equals people with character. People whose thought, feeling, and behavior are worthy of being employed. You may be technically competent, but if you don't have the right skills of working together, working in teams, then you will not remain employable. So there are certain things that you also need to add to the professional development that you're having so that you remain employable. There is no permanent job. Yeah, there's no permanent job. There's permanent employability. And what does it mean? People who have the right attitude. They say, can somebody volunteer? You are there to volunteer. But if you are there always at the edge, then jobs will pass by you. Okay? Being disciplined. You need to be self-disciplined. You're now, I can see some of you are still at school and things like that, but you may go to the university and the discipline is self-imposed. No one is going to say, now it's time for this, now it's time for that. No. The discipline should come from you. Be self-motivated. So no one, it's just similar. Self-motivated, that means you have that drive. Yeah? Drive, and this is a problem that many organizations are complaining, that young people are not self-driven. Yeah? So if you're not self-driven, you need to start doing that. Hard working. Work hard. Work hard and relax hard. But if you work slowly, also relaxation will be slow, because you will not achieve what you want to achieve in the time that perhaps you would have set yourself for. Always learn. Always be able to learn. So continuous professional development is important. Clap for yourselves for coming for this summit, because you're going to learn, or you are learning very many things. And those who have not clapped, those who have not clapped have a problem, okay? But that is well. So what does it take? She did mention that I'm a board member in Nature Uganda, and therefore I got one of our beautiful flowers that we have there in Nature Uganda and in this country. You know, Uganda has gifted by nature so many birds that we have in this country, and beautiful. And I want to start building that nest, your nest, your nest. So what are you building along your professional course that you're doing now, but also other things that you need to actually have so that you are permanently employable? I said there's no permanent job, there's permanent employability. And one of the things is, the first thing is actually self-discipline. If you're not disciplined, and you cannot become disciplined if you're not self-aware. You need to know what are your strengths, what are your weaknesses, what are you working on, what are your areas of growth. Yeah? As a person, it's very good. There are some assessments that you can take online. They are free, they are paid for. For me, I work with the ones which they are paid for because I did money in the company. Yeah? But there are also free versions. Self-discipline, time management. Yeah? And that's why I'm a bit rushing, because we need to be able to manage time. Communication. Communication is critical. You need to be able to communicate. Accountants, sometimes we suffer this problem. We do not know how to communicate. Yes, we come up with reports, but we cannot share those reports in a language that people can understand. So we need to work on our communication. And you can only communicate if you can listen well. Yeah? Listening, making sure you think about the message that you want to communicate, and then the audience. Like now, when I came here, I was asking, I asked Jackie several questions. What is the age group, gender, and all that, so that I come and present something that is appropriate. So if it was another group, maybe I would have to show up in a different way. So also you, as you pursue this accountancy, professional accountancy course, which we now say is the ACCA is the global passport. When you have a global passport, you need to also be able to communicate globally. Yeah? Yeah? Okay? So yes, communication is critical. Relations, this is a very critical skill, especially for accountants because we lack it. Sometimes we are naturally reserved. I do not know because of our personality or our training. We do not know how to relate with people well. Or it's because of the nature of our job. We are always finding out faults. Is this money being accounted for? Why is this? And all that. But we need relations because you cannot progress in work if you cannot relate. When they're looking for people to promote, they say, not that one. That one is antisocial. Come for the summit, what am I going to find there? Those boring things. No, relations. Yeah, so it's very important that you look at relationships because we are not self-contained. So work, associations, network, friends, family, inner circle, critical. Inner circle, people whom you hang around with, should be those who lift you, should be those who can make you become better. Okay? What other things can you add? Who has the microphone? Add. Person with the microphone. We are in a discussion. Somebody is pretending to be very serious. They are just passing. Pass. What can you add? What can you add to what we are discussing when you talk about relational skills? What can you add?
Being faithful in our relationships.
Being faithful. Some love to him, some love. Today is Valentine, so it's a very valid question. It's a valid answer. Yeah? We give him love.
Being a team player.
Being a team player. Yes. Those are, team. What does team means? Together we can achieve more. Yeah? Together we can achieve more. Yes, you need to be a team player. And you cannot be a team player if you don't relate with others. Okay? Let's move on. Leadership skills. Dear friends, you need leadership skills. And it starts with self-leadership. Leading yourself. Before you even go to lead anyone else, you need to be able to lead yourself. So, even when you go to organizations and they say, our vision and mission and values, these are the ones. What about you as an individual? Do you have your vision? Do you have your purpose? Why have you come to this world? Have you asked yourself that question? Somebody is smiling and saying, really? Who has a purpose? Somebody should take a mic, tell. You mean we are just escorting people? We are just escorting. We don't have purpose why we are here in this world.
Good morning, colleagues.
Good morning.
My name is Peter Ndiwa. My purpose is to make the world a better place to live in.
How?
Through supporting
organizations to make more money. Clap for him. Wow, clap for him. At least he has a purpose. He has a purpose why he's here. Okay, let's move on. Somebody with a vision, you announce. You have the microphone. Who has a vision?
My vision.
And those of you who are not answering and you are just seeing stars, it means you have work to do. Okay?
My vision.
Yes.
To develop myself into a better person.
Pardon?
Develop myself into a better person.
His vision is to develop himself into a better person. Clap for him. There are so many, but I chose this conflict resolution because many times we have conflicts and the conflicts are more with ourselves than with others because others don't see the conflicts that we have. Okay? So conflict resolution is also important. If something is not working well, something is not okay, it's good to speak up. Okay? Leadership skills. So think about what can I do to become a better person? What can I do to become, did you say your vision is to become a better person, a better version? Yeah. So that is his vision. The other one is writing skills. Friends, Accountants, we are accused of not being able to write well because we only write figures. But in order to succeed, you need to be able to write. So please, meanwhile, I hope you are seeing how the bird is building the net. And I hope you'll also start building those nests for yourself. Nests for yourself. So as we go along this presentation, mark those areas that you are still lagging behind so that you start working on them as you prepare to become an all-round person. So there is no way you can write. There is no way you can write without reading. So how many books have you read this year, since the year began, 2024? Anyone who has read over 10 books? Between over 10 books, please clap for her. Clap for her. Can she mention one book? Give her the microphone. She mentions just one book she has read this year. Please, pass the microphone, you people.
Good morning.
Good morning.
I'm mainly a novel reader, so I hope you don't mind.
Yeah.
So A River Between, and my favorite author, Lisa Kleypas. So romantic ones, of course. So Me to You. There is also Suddenly You. Then it's a trilogy. So Winterborn. Then there is also for those who do The Witcher. I read the whole trilogy. And for those who also follow Game of Thrones.
You people, why are your hands not clapping? Wow, she needs even flowers. Add flowers to her. Shh. Shower her with flowers. So my dear friends who are there seated wondering, somebody has read over 10 books already. Okay, those of between 5 and 10. We need to acknowledge you. Yes, there's somebody behind there. Okay, 1, 2, 3. Please clap for them. Between 1 and 5. Clap. Those of 0. No, put up your hand sincerely. Put up. So, clap for those who put up their hand, because it means they are going to do something about it. And those of you who didn't put up your hand, you are for prayers. Okay. Yeah, but this is critical. We are making jokes out of this, but it's critical for me. What I personally did was to join a book club where I will read a book a month. But because I feel I am lacking behind, I pushed myself to read at least 2 books. So the book that I've just finished reading is called From Good to Great by Joan, by Jim Collins. And now I'm reading The Awakened Woman by Terai Trent. Is it Terai? Yeah, one of those. That's what I'm reading. And I'm also going to read a monograph of Good to Great from Jim Collins, because I want to understand how can I develop measures which are intangible. How can I measure things which are intangible? Yeah. That's why I'm going to read that. So, there is need for continuous development, and reading can be one way to take you there. Digital skills, I'm not going to emphasize this because Brian did a good job, but they are paramount. Do you know how to use a laptop, a computer, a mouse, a fax machine? Are they still there? I wanted to see those who are alert. Scanning machine, but now you can scan using your phone. So some of these things are really, but can you use those basic things for the office? Because you cannot reach in the first day in the office, they say go to the copier, and you look and gas. Why haven't you learned how to make a photocopy? Print, you do not know how to do that. How? In this era? So, digital skills, use of devices, being able to find information. So my group here where I was, we were on ChatGPT, Googling all the questions which were being asked, which is great. So being able to find information very fast and create also information is paramount. Yeah, we need to think on our feet. And being able to present, so the people struggled, People struggled to present. So it may be one of the things that you need to work on. How can I present? Information is there, but presenting, you stand and you are lost. Yeah, it means there's something that you actually need to work on. And use that information to aid decision or to be able to actually say something. This is funny, eh? We are accountants, but then there is this problem of financial management. By the way, it is real. It is real. Eh? It is, eh? Yeah, it's good you know. And when you start working, it may become worse. So it's also critical that we look at financial management, personal financial management, and we can do that via planning, budgeting, saving, investing, and controlling all that we do. So how can you practically manage your finances? Can somebody who has the microphone give us an answer? Some practices that you do. Hello? Is it working? It's not, eh?
Yeah. So for my finances, normally when I receive it, I see it. I purpose. Yes.
So what she has said that all her expenses have names. So they are baptized, eh? They have names. Is a hand behind? Okay. Okay, 50% housing, 30% what? And then saving. Fantastic. What about Caesar's money? There is Caesar's money. What did Jesus say? Give what belongs to Caesar to Caesar. So there is that 10%. Those who do tithe, it works. Okay, so, and then emergency. Thank you. She said emergency. Where is your emergency money? So being able to, it's in? Okay, thank you. Okay, fantastic. He has a method. He has something that is helping him with financial management. Yes, there was an arm up here. People like this topic. We shall do it again another time in detail. Okay, just 2 more people contributing.
Good morning to you all.
Good morning.
So regarding this topic, I have a specific app called Home Finance. I use it on a daily. I make entries on all the money I've received per day, plus all my expenses, and then on days where I've spent a lot more, I edit. I see how to adjust that.
Okay, thank you. Please clap for her. Clap for her. Yes. There was somebody. Yes, please. Next, behind you.
Yes. For me, what I do, like, you can do it for like a month. Track your expenditure. Whatever you spend on, you can note it down, and it can help you realize where you've been spending money that you didn't need to spend, and can help you save more.
Okay, thank you. Thank you so much. There is a friend of mine who was challenging me to calculate the expenses I have using mobile money, because I really love mobile money. And she was telling me mobile money is expensive. You first calculate for a month, but I'm fearing. I don't want to get to know the truth, but I need to do it. I'm going to ask somebody to actually do it for me so that I get to know how much money I'm losing. Because every time, mobile money, and I forget about the charges and the different things that I need to pay. So, yeah, so it is very important. So the next question is how? How do we continuously grow professionally? How do we continuously become employable and all that? So this is not for you to read here. They are quite small things. Finding a coach is one way that you can do that. Find a coach. A coach is somebody who holds you from one point to the other, holds a valuable person. If you feel like you're valuable, find yourself a coach, so that helps you to guide you from where you want to go to where you want to be maybe in the next 5 or 10 years. So it is critical that you walk a journey with somebody who can help you do that. So with the coach, you both drive the relationship. You make sure that you're honest about what you want to achieve, and the coach can help you. And what the coach does is really ask and all that. So finding yourself a coach is very important. Coaching, okay? The other one is a mentor. A mentor is somebody who has walked the journey that you want to take. You want to become a financial, what do you want to become? Somebody mentioned. Yes, we are doing accounting, but what is that specialization that you want to do? Somebody who has the microphone, tell us. Not just a general accountant. Which special field are you going to specialize in? Who has the microphone? Yeah, it has disappeared. Yes, tell us. Taxation. You want to become a tax consultant. So how do you become a tax consultant? By looking for a mentor who is maybe a tax expert or specialist to walk the journey with you. So you identify somebody and say, I would like to become a tax maybe consultant and things like that. What do I need to do? What kind of challenges, opportunities, lessons, or what should I be able to do in order to become a tax consultant? So that's what a mentor does. Sponsor. Those who came here are easily sponsorable, if I may use quote in quotes that word. I hope, I don't know if it's there in English, but a sponsor is somebody within an organization or a company that you join who maybe looks after you because of being hardworking, because of being able to accomplish your jobs, and talks where you are not there. You know, in the boardroom, that's where they say, okay, so and so, we need to promote. The person is hardworking and all that. But you cannot get a sponsor if you're always laid back, you're not volunteering, you're not going an extra mile and all that. So you also need to be aware that there could be sponsors in organizations that you will join or companies that you will join who can become your sponsors. All of you, how many of you are here? I do not know how many of you. So even when you go for an interview, you may appear 100. How will they select the 2 people that they want? All of you have the same qualifications. But how are they going to select 2 people? Let's assume that there's going to be merit. It may be the attitude with which you come to the interview. How prepared you are. How your CV is speaking to you. Because the CV, yeah? Are we together? Yes, so sponsors are very important. Mentors, coach, teachers, motivational speakers are also helpful because they motivate you. Yeah? Yeah. Okay. Is there anybody who would like to add anything to this page before we finalize? What else? What else? What could you do to become better? Where is the microphone? What else could you do? By the way, the mentor may not, I have a mentor who is not a physical person. The mentor is in the book I read from that particular individual. He's a mentor and friend. I don't need to be, because I can't afford to hire that person as my mentor, but I read the person's books. What are they saying? Then I apply. So it doesn't necessarily mean that you need to get a person. Now this is my mentor. No, you can also read the things that they actually do. Yes, there was somebody attempting to put their hand up. Yes, please.
If you're trying to be something, it's because you've seen it.
Yes.
And there are so many people who have gone ahead of you who can do it. So I think one of the things that you can do is acquaint yourself with the people around you who are doing the thing that you're doing. They are doing, today we have social media, we have newspapers, try to understand their business decisions and constantly follow. Somehow you will become better.
Thank you. Clap for her. You want to join Total, but you don't follow them on their socials. You do not know what they are saying on Twitter. You do not know what they are saying on their LinkedIn and all that. Then you appear on the interview. What have you come to do? You don't know them. You have not visited their website. to see what are they up to. Do they have positions? Do they have what exactly? So yeah, you raise a very good point. So if you want to join an organization, start following them now and seeing what they are doing, so that when you go to an interview, you come from an informed place. Thank you. Anyone who would like to? Yes, let's hear from her. Where's the microphone? Pass very fast. Let's at least be the delivery channel, yeah, for the microphone to move very fast. At least you would have contributed. Okay. Okay, you then her. Thank you.
Another way could be like you think outside the box. Like you keep researching, you keep finding other new things. Like you expose yourself, you explore, and you add on to what you have.
Okay, thank you. Thank you so much. Clap for him. Okay, yes. So she says you concentrate on what you can do better so that you become even an expert or excellent in whatever thing that you are going to do. Anything else? Okay, yes, you had something to say.
So I've developed a model of like what we call re-engineering, yeah? So if you want to go somewhere, you want to have a map of where you're going, yeah? So that means that you look at the steps those people have taken and you try to work backwards towards them, yeah? And for me, I think it really works well. An example is that I am not really an accountant. I'm still studying law, but because one of my mentors, who I also don't like know physically or did accounting, and accounting is a language of business, I chose to start to study ACCA, and I have not looked back.
So you see such a challenge. This person is a lawyer, is an accountant. How are you going to compete with him in a job? Sincerely. Do you know the contracts? So, but then you can learn to what he said. You research. You don't need to be a lawyer to understand contracts. Research and investigate. Because now going with this gentleman on a panel for an interview, how are you going to be better than him? You see? So some multiple talents may also be helpful. So as we conclude this today, friends, and allow me call you sweethearts since it's Valentine. This is the only time I can call you, and in this short time, because my husband does not need to hear. Yeah. So we need to remain competitive, and being competitive means being up to date with current affairs, with what is going on. The session you had on technology and how it can help is really critical. So if you feel there are certain areas that you're not good at, please invest time, invest some energies in that, even invest resources so that you remain competitive. Achieve your goals. Those personal goals that you have, I like that he has a roadmap. Do you also have a roadmap? Maybe that's one thing that you can actually copy so that you can achieve the goals. Enhance your education. Yes, you're going through ACCA, but also learn to do other things. Learn how to write. I really love that lady who reads 10 books, and she must be writing very well. She must be able to write very well, because there's no way you can read many books and you can't write. It's just not possible. Your vocabulary, your writing skills just expands. So if you want to be able to write well, be able to actually read. So enhance your education. Put in some flavor, not just this, yeah, because you want to remain competitive. Engage in other experiences. Imagine you are in an organization, one of the maybe big 4 audit firms, and then you go with the audit manager or a partner, and then they ask, maybe the partner says, this evening I'd like to play golf. You are an audit intern, and you're like, yeah, I know how to play golf. Who is that? Knows how to play golf? An intern? Audit intern? That is already pulling yourself out of the crowd. Know how to play chess, know how to play this. Those are some of the things which will make you stand out. So it's not just about debit, credit, what? No. Learn other things also, because those are the things that are going to make you have more experiences and relate with others. So as a gift from me, I just want to tell you so many things that are happening in the company, because I think you really need personal development, things that help you become a better person. So I have a monthly talk that we offer in the company. It's free of charge, and I will encourage you to just join in and try to learn other things that are happening. In January, we talked about fear. This month, we are going to talk about resilience. Yeah, resilience is the ability to get back in shape even when things go wrong. So join us next Thursday. It's a lunch and learn. We call it lunch and learn program. So follow us and join lunch and learn some other things. We also talk about some values around attitude, personal growth, and all that. It's also a free thing. I know you're students, so I don't want to talk so much about money. Although I want it, I need it for the company. But yes, but I'm just hooking you to some free resources that we have that can work for you. But self-care, I'm not going to talk about self-care, wellness, and all that, because I know my great friend Martin is going to do a fantastic job. With mental health and things like that, he's going to do very well. But yes, we have also a program around self-care, team building, and play therapy. For us, we like doing our things with play, because we don't want to add to the statistic. They said 14 million Ugandans have mental health issues, and the figure might be more. So for us, we are on play in order to counter that statistic. And then yes, business game. We have a business game coming up on the 2nd of March. So we have a lot of resources. You can follow us. Follow me on LinkedIn. Joan Laro, you'll find me there. Send me a hi. I respond. I normally respond, because I just need, in this world, you need to be able to relate and be friendly. You never know where your next job is coming from, okay? That is in the consultancy world. So it's really a pleasure. Please leave us a comment if you liked what we talked about today. Leave us a comment there on Google. This is a Google Drive. Leave us a comment, and also give us feedback. How did this session go? What do we need to improve? This is the link that you can leave us that comment with. Otherwise, these are our contacts, and these are the references that you can read in order to become the right people, even as you grow professionally. The Road to Character by David Brooks. The 15 Invaluable Laws of Growth by John C. Maxwell. Those are very good books that you can read. Great on the Job by Jody Klickman. Atomic Habits by James Clear. These are very good books. And I know my friend must have read some of these. How many of these have you read? None. Novels. Okay, your novels. Okay, you add this one also. Atomic Habits by James Clear. The 7 Habits of Highly Effective People. Please, let's get into the habit of being able to read. Okay, I know this presentation will be shared, so you can always get a book at least. Challenge yourself. And happy Valentine's Day.
Excuse me. Excuse me.
Excuse me.
I had a question.
You have a question?
Yes, I do.
Hey, okay.
So you said the mentor is someone in the field that you are trying to, or let's say aspiring to achieve, and you're looking up to this person. What do you do in a scenario of you have your own idea, it's something new, so there's no one you're really looking up to, it's just an idea in your mind and you want to now bring it to reality?
Are you sure? Are you sure it's something new and it's not yet been done?
I'm just asking.
Okay, it is a great question. But my dear, what I've discovered is that it's so difficult to have something new. Many things have already been done. And if that thing which you're thinking about has not been done, you have researched, you have investigated, and you found out that it's only you has it, it's well, because there are certain things, there are certain people who discovered new things. So you can also follow that journey. What did they do? The one who discovered the bulb. He did how many? 1,000, over one, is it 10,000 attempts in order to come up with the bulb that we enjoy. We don't even know where it came. One of the great inventors. So you can also look at his story and how he went about that. So a mentor, just maybe to define a mentor again, a mentor is somebody who has walked the journey that you like to walk. Okay, maybe, I do not know what would you like to become? Yes. Forensic auditor. Yeah, a forensic auditor. We have well-established forensic auditors. So you could pick one and ask them to mentor you, or even follow the work that they do. Yeah, then you follow the footsteps so that you can become the best forensic audit. So you could ask, for example, what do I need to do? What courses do I need to study? What fields do I need to engage in? What kind of jobs can give me this opportunity for me to actually become grounded in that particular area that I want to follow? So that's what you would do. Yeah. But I love that innovation that no one knows about. It would be nice to know what it is. Yes, please. Other questions? Yes, thank you. Good morning. Podcasts. Yeah? Man, this one loves flowers, and this big love. Okay, podcast. Listen, yeah, there are people who don't love reading. You know why I insist on reading? There's a way when you read, it helps you also to be able to write. Sometimes, I do not know the research yet, but increasingly, they are warning parents from preventing children to be overhooked on gadgets, because it actually affects their development and all that. And that's why I recommend reading, but you can read, most of my books are e-books, so I read. But then if you just watch and listen without writing down and things like that, but it's super important. There's no excuse. If you can't read, at least you can listen. And if you can't listen and can't read, what can you do? You can use sign language. Okay, thank you so much for so let's listen to something, yeah. But then I don't want us to also, you are in a taxi, then you are putting gadgets in your ear, and yet there is is it assistant manager of a certain organization seated next to you, and you would have said, hi, I'm doing ACCA, I'm on this level and all that, and because you just said hello and greeted, they made big interest in you, and you never know. So let us take advantage of people around us, take advantage of relating, so that we can increase our influence. Any other questions and comments? Yes. Yes, please.
Like be willing to receive from what they have than you talking a lot. You may, but most times they may end up even keeping quiet and listening to you, and yet you want to know what have they done to it here. So when you're undergoing people who have gone before you, people who have done things that you want to do, be very slow to over talking and be very quick to listening. Do more of the listening than speaking a lot.
Flowers. Give her flowers. I hope I've not overtalked. Yes, that's a great point. Being able to listen so that you really absorb as much as you can before you can contribute. Yeah, that's a wonderful point. Thank you.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, please give Joan a huge round of applause. She has motivated us, she has told us a lot of things, and ladies and gentlemen, I hope you're going to be faithful in your relationships. Today is Valentine's. But jokes aside, as an accountant, ethics is the bedrock of what we do. So please be ethical in everything that you do. Joan, thank you so much. I'm sure everyone here has gotten a lot from your presentation. The presentation will be shared. In case you have anything that you haven't asked, it can be taken offline. You can always send information to Charlotte and the ACCA office and you can get an answer. So we are going to appreciate Joan. Thank you so much for giving us your time. And please, Charlotte, over to you.
Dear Joan, thank you for giving us your whole hour because you were here earlier. But this is not from the office, it's from these students. Wow. For showing them the path so they can find mentors. Everything else was ending with how are you going to identify mentors, coaches, and the support on your journeys. Soft skills was in between there. I will not reiterate it. We appreciate it.
Thank you so much. No, this is very important. It may be my only gift I receive on Valentine's. I hope not.
All right, thank you. So we want to get back to the program. I know you guys are hungry. We don't want you to say that we starved you while you came for the event. So we're going to have a health break. It was meant to be 30 minutes, but we are cutting this short such that, because our next presenter is here, so I'd like us to go have our tea. I know we have shown up in big numbers. First of all, thank you so much. We are over 200 people here. So yeah, we shall I think have to push the desks ahead such that we get some more space for the people behind. But the restrooms are on your left. You just go straight to your left. We have tea and soft drinks. So if you don't mind picking your tea and coming back to sit, because we only have 20 minutes, and that means that we are going to resume at 11:47. So take a health break, and then let's start at 11:47 sharp. Thank you. Oh, yeah, the pointer, eh? There's a second microphone around there somewhere. Sorry. Can't you use this one? Oh, it's not the same. Mpire, can't you use this? They're not the same.
They're different. Some HP also might be the same.
Could be the same. Oh, it has the
You
other
don't
one.
want to take chances.
Yeah, true.
So to blow up at this time.
Knowledge. Thank you. All right. Just 1 minute to 11:50. I gave you guys 2 extra minutes just so you can come in here and we begin. So just 1 minute for everyone who's outside. If you could kindly come back in and we proceed. I'll give you 1 minute. And for those who are at the back, you could utilize some of the space that is on the sides and even in the front because it's too packed behind there, but there's still some more space around here. Yeah. Please just come. You were presenting, so Okay. So welcome back from that short break. I hope you're feeling more energetic now that you have something in your stomachs. So our next speaker is here. He's no stranger to some of you who study from maths. His name is Mpere Anguma. He's here to take us through the topic Achieve Exam Success, a Tutor's Guide. So Mpere is a management consultant working with the Business Advisory Directorate at MAT. He's an accountant and banker with over 20 years working experience. He's a trainer on leadership and management development programs run from large corporate clients by Matt Abacus. In his career in banking, he was an external auditor with a big four audit firms, that is Ernst & Young. He graduated with merit on the University of London MBA in banking program and from the University of Lincoln, UK, with a Bachelor of Arts in Business Accounting. He's a fellow of the Association of Chartered Accountants and a certified information systems auditor. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Mpere Anguma.
Thank you very much. Morning, ladies and gentlemen. I thank you for the kind introduction. Thank you, ACCA Uganda, for the honor to be here this morning to meet another generation of trainee accountants. Just by show of hands, I want to just understand the audience. How many of you are currently taking the ACCA exams? How many of you are at the first level? First level? Intermediate level? Final level? Okay, fine. That's good, thank you. So my presentation will run as follows. I will say some few things about my ACCA journey. I will also talk about the qualification, the way I see it. I will talk about some keys to success on the exam, tools and tips that might be useful for you, just in case you hadn't thought about them or used them. And I'll spend a bit of time talking through comments on the examiner's reports that are from your website, ACCA website, for the most recent exam sittings. And then I will close with just a few thoughts on ACCA's expectations, then I'll take some questions, and I'll be done. So, my journey, this is my ACCA journey, this is where it started. My ACCA journey started at nursery school. I went to nursery school, Safari Kindergarten. Okay, it was close to Forest Mall in those days. It's still there, it's 55 years old. So that was when I was probably around 1975 or 74. And then graduating in London as ACCA in 1998. So that's where my journey started. Isn't that true? No? Okay, we'll see. We'll talk about it. So I want to say something about student life, being an ACCA student, then being an ACCA professional in the corporate working life, and then being a tutor on the ACCA programs. So I started my ACCA straight after A-level. So I didn't go to university first. After A-level, I started on ACCA in the 90s in Uganda, and in those days it was very, very difficult because there were no ACCAs in view. You couldn't see them. There were very few. And there were no colleges that were able to teach it well because there were no ACCAs to teach it. Okay? And so one day we were in class learning accounting, the first paper, and we were being taught by a gentleman who was a BCom graduate. And so we went through the earlier bits of the chapter, which are straightforward, the introductory questions. Then we came to ACCA past questions. And so he told us, I want to be honest with you, I cannot handle those questions. So myself and a couple of other colleagues, we said goodbye to that college. And Makerere University in those days had Center for Continuing Education, CCE. And they had a small room in a basement where they got ACCA distance learning material. And we sat down and read the books ourselves. We had to teach ourselves the ACCA. Okay? And it was hard. Because also in those days, ACCA had very strict rules about passing. They gave you a few sittings to pass a part. And if you hadn't passed within that time, the subjects you had passed came back. And you had to sit them again. So that was not so much a problem for the first level. But at the second level, where there were 9 papers, most people could not finish the 9 within that time. So they kept in a cycle of sitting, 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 and resitting. Until many would give up. Those who were able had to leave the country. I was fortunate. God gave me an opportunity to leave the country. I went to Nairobi. Then I went to the UK. But when I went to the UK, I found for the people there, passing was normal. It was like going to P1, then P1, P2. I mean, nobody expects you to spend several years in P1. After P1, you go where? Yeah, then, exactly. So that's what was there. So we had to adjust. There was a mindset shift which had to occur. Because in Uganda, people would sympathize with you if you failed in those days. But abroad, you were expected to pass. Now, what was there in the UK which we didn't have here in those days? I'll talk about that. Then things have changed, of course, over time. Matabacus is an institution with very long history, but unfortunately, I think many people don't really know the history of Matabacus. It's not here by accident. In the UK, in the 90s, there was a college called Emil Wolf College of Accountancy. And it was the best college for ACCA tuition in the UK. And so I attended that college. But unknown to me, that college was owned by a Ugandan Asian, a gentleman called Suresh Tana. Unfortunately, Suresh Tana and many other Asians had to leave our country. You know what we did. I was still in nursery school at that time, but anyway, whoever was in charge did what he did. And it was unfortunate, but in a way, there was as you know the saying, every cloud has a what? Yes, so his family went to the UK. He trained as a chemical engineer, joined a chartered accountancy firm, and later went into accountancy training. So from the 70s. And so all the way to the 90s, they built the leading college for ACCA, which was listed on the UK Stock Exchange. Those of you doing the final stage, think about that. Okay? That is an amazing achievement. Okay? It was a multi-million-pound turnover business college. So in 1998, he came back to Uganda, took up his family properties. All of you to study in the UK, the tutors who taught me 20 years ago in the UK have been teaching at MAT, my teachers. Okay? So think about it. I want you to think about it. those of you at the final level, ACCA wants you to get out of the technical computations and think broadly. Okay? So what I've told you has insights for strategy, insights for your papers on if we're talking about foreign exchange risk. There are many things in that little story. Okay? But can you see them? Okay. So my professional life, I came back in 1998. I started my first job with the Sheraton Hotel. I was a management trainee in the finance department, and I worked for 4 weeks. I didn't pick my salary because in those days, internet was not so common. There was my dad's computer in his office, had some internet. I checked and found that while I was in the UK, I had applied to Ernst & Young Kampala, but I had not received a response. So I didn't think much about it, but as I was just looking through emails, I saw, oh, Ernst & Young had said, come and take up a job in Kampala. So I said goodbye to Sheraton Hotel and joined Ernst & Young as an external auditor. It was a very good experience. I never spent very long there, but it was a very good experience. Audited different companies, different entities, different industries, including the central bank. And later, I left Ernst & Young, spent a bit of time at MAT. It was MAT in those days, taught across a number of papers. And then one of my students, who was the deputy CEO of a bank, gave me a call and said, would you like to head internal audit in Bank X? It was Nile Bank. So I said yes, so I joined Nile Bank. After a few years, I was called by East African Development Bank. They had a seat on our board. They had worked with me, so they had an opening. So I went there for some time. After some time, I left. I went back to commercial banking. UBA, the Nigerian bank, was setting up in Uganda. So I joined them in a similar role, head of audit and control. And then EADB called again. They said, come back. So I went back for 8 years, and I left about 5 years ago. So as they introduced me, I'm a consultant now. But the more exciting thing I'm doing now is I'm like a CFO for my nursery school. It's my mom's nursery school, so so she was my teacher, my first teacher, and so she's now old and retiring. So my greatest task now is to help the family business restructure and expand. And in that task, I'm using all the knowledge in all the papers from my first paper to the last. Because I have to sell assets, I have to pay debt, I have to buy assets, new locations, expand, policy, risk, FX, tax, everything is there. Legal. Everything is there. Okay? So, but I have always taught. So in the morning I will do audit, I will do accountancy, I will do consulting. In the evening I'll be in the class. So I found that teaching helped me in my work, and my work helped my teaching. Yes, it's very hard for people to, it may be very hard for people to challenge you on technical issues. But then I think that also caused problems, because when you write things which people haven't seen, then they may not like what you're writing. But it wasn't my fault. Okay? So anyhow, my career has been interesting. I have used, which is what I wanted to do, skills across all the papers that I studied. I worked in internal audit because in internal audit you use all your knowledge and you work across the entire organization. You have to be able to audit every department, even technical departments. You see, I've got an IS audit certification. You've got to be able to audit IT, to audit treasury in the bank. And these are technical areas. Most auditors will run past the IT room. Okay? You've got to be able to go in and ask the IT guys technical questions. Of course, there's a limit to how much you can ask technically, but you have to be able to be certified. So for those of you who are auditors and you have an audit career, the world has automated all business processes. You cannot be an auditor today, really, without being an IS auditor. You have got to do IS audit training. True? Yeah. There are computers flying aircraft. Uganda Airlines, if you're chief internal auditor there, who is auditing the IT systems in the cockpit? Is there any IFRS there? No? Okay. So in terms of teaching, I have had a teaching career. I started teaching 1998. And I've taught across a couple of papers, mainly what the today's equivalent, because the syllabus has kept changing, the names have kept changing, but basically the subjects are the same. So I've taught on the equivalent today of MA, that's the management accounting paper. How many are doing that now? You're doing the MA paper. Is it easy? No? It is. It is. We'll say a few things about it. It can't be just one person, one or two. Okay, no problem. How many of you were exempt from that paper? How many of you got exemptions? Now, when you got exemptions, did you read up what you were exempted from? No, you didn't. Okay? So when they exempt you, the assumption is that you'll go back and read what you were exempted from, because it's expected upstairs. True? Yeah, it's expected. And anyhow, we'll talk about that. So next, management accounting paper at the intermediate stage. And I've also taught on the audit papers and on SBL at the final stage. So that has mainly been my tutoring cycle, tutoring focus. And I also tutor on other programs, non-ACCA, on CIA, Certified Internal Auditor, Certified Information Systems Auditor. The MBA we run, Heriot Watt MBA, I teach on market risk, credit risk, and corporate governance. And I also teach on CPA, the CPA Uganda qualification. Okay, so there's a quotation here. Scientist Albert Einstein. What did he say there? He said that anyone who never made a mistake never tried anything new. So the people who have never made mistakes have never ventured out to try new things. In your ACCA journey, you're going to try new things. You're going to learn new things. You're going to be thrown difficult things, technical content. You're going to make mistakes, but you have to learn quickly from those mistakes before the exam day. Okay? It's okay to make mistakes. I did not pass my papers at first attempt. No, I didn't. Okay? So, you have failed, fine. No problem. Take that as a revision course. You'll pass next time. Okay? In the office, nobody asks you, did you pass at your first attempt? Nobody asks you that. Okay? The key thing, you know, exams can disturb some people, but in the office they may be better than those who passed first attempt. That's where the rubber hits the road. That's what really matters at the end of the day. Because if you are that good CFO, then they'll give you a call. You won't apply for the interview. They will call you. Okay? They will have to find your number somewhere, and they'll call you. Okay? So you have to be good at what you're doing. So the previous speaker talked about being knowledgeable, being exposed, and so on. So don't worry on this journey if you haven't had immediate success. Just persevere. You will be able to qualify if you hold out long enough. So before we talk about the qualification, let's ask ourselves, what is ACCA trying to achieve at the end of the day? On its homepage, I just checked the homepage just a few minutes ago, and that's what I found. It says, Our changing world increasingly needs what? Professional accountancy talent with the expertise and ethical judgment to do what? Okay, so we can leave those interim words, but to create value. That's what you are there to do. The days once just prepared financial information are long gone. Your job is to add value to that organization you work for. Okay? So everybody might be able to prepare the tax computation, but can you give that very good tax planning advice? There is a lot of scope for tax planning advice in Uganda, but I don't think many people have taken up that opportunity. Okay? There are many opportunities. People are just, what is happening in Uganda? URA sends an assessment. And people do one of two things. They either just pay what they say, or they try to avoid it by bribing the tax people. Isn't that right? Yeah. But there's a lot of scope in the tax law for planning legally to minimize or avoid your tax liability. ACCA will give you those skills. In our days, that paper was, we had no options in our days, so we had to do it. And I liked it. Now I'm picking it up. I've been in auditing for years, but now I have to have, for my project, I have to pick it up. Okay? I have to pick it up, read the tax law, look at the tax appeals tribunal holdings, look at so many things, consult people to protect the organization I'm working for. Okay? So just for those who like taxation, I think it's something to think about. I don't think it's a very well exploited area, and so if you go in there and do it well, you might have an advantage. So we are living in a world where they are talking about sustainability, they are talking about ethics. The society we are working in has changed, and I have to teach on ethics papers, and the question, of course, is how easy is it to be ethical in Uganda? How easy is it? How many of you come under pressure, ethical pressure, at the workplace? They're asking you to sign funny things. Yeah? You know, okay, fine, maybe you are still studying, but the higher you go, the what? The cooler it becomes. Okay, so there is a point at which, you know, at your level, you pass the hot potato, you pass the file to the boss. He passes to his boss. Until there's no boss, you must make that decision to sign or not to sign. To submit that audit report to the audit committee as is, or to edit it. It will be up to you. Okay? So, skills for life. So that's what you are being prepared for. And how does the ACCA do it? This is the qualification, you know it. But let's just talk about a couple of things in the qualification. The applied knowledge level, the foundational level that you have there, are those the papers? Eh? Those are the papers you're doing. Okay. Now, the foundational, we had 5 papers at one stage in the foundational level. But there was, at one stage, economics, there was law, there was business math. So anyway, they merged that up into business and technology. Financial accounting, management accounting, those are absolute essentials for a professional accountancy qualification. So you must get your foundational skills solidly appreciated. Is that right? Because they are going to build up on them as you go higher and higher up the ladder. You know this, but maybe you don't think much about it. But these 2 papers will go all the way to the end, right? Yeah. So you had better learn the foundations very, very well. And that's why I said it wasn't a joke, that if you were exempted, you needed to go back and perfect some skills in those areas. Because you can be, I think you can have a degree in economics and they exempt you from some of those things. Is that right? Depending on where you came from accounting. Okay? The first paper was there for a reason. Okay? So, for some of you, of course, it's too late, but in the applied skills level, then they'll introduce audit and taxation. Those are core papers for any professional chartered accountant's exam. Audit and taxation come in first time there. You have to get those very well at that level. And we're going to look at pass rates. And auditing has the lowest pass rate. Why? It says due to the literature, the language. Eh? Okay. We're going to talk about language. That's why I told you my ACCA journey started where? Nursery school. Because in nursery school they said A for apple, B for boy, eh? A for ACCA. Eh? Okay? So, at the applied skills level, you will build again, much as, yes, you encounter audit and tax first time, you are building on accounting and management accounting. They give you corporate and business law. It's very important, but it's not so hard. And then you transition into the strategic papers. We are going to talk about we are going to go through the examiner's comments, and we'll see what they say about the type of answers they're seeing and the things that they don't expect at the different levels. And then down there you have the ethics, requirement, ethics training, and then you must complete practical experience before you are admitted to membership. So at the higher levels, if you think about it this way, chartered accountants used to train by what they called getting articles. You worked as an articled clerk. You worked as an apprentice of a qualified accountant. And the Institute of Chartered Accountants in England and Wales and others used to say that if you're going to take their exams, you must have a training contract, meaning that you have to be working with a chartered accountancy firm. So they did not allow you to take their exams without working. So the idea was your work is going to help your exams, and accountancy is a very practical profession. Okay? So the point just that I'm making is that the exams you are doing are going to match your career progression. And by the time so here you are a junior accountant, trainee accountant, assistant accountant, maybe assistant chief accountant, maybe by the time you finish there, you might be a chief accountant or something like that. But at the higher levels, the key issue is not so much what the numbers are saying. Isn't that right? For those of you at the final level, at the strategic professional level, the issue is, can you communicate to a board of directors? And in SBL, that's very much the issue. So at MAT, I have been involved in marking. We give people mocks and mark SBL papers. And so you have to teach them, okay, no. Think about what type of information a director needs. Yes, there are some ratios to calculate, but so what? Okay? You've been calculating ratios since foundational level. The ratios continue at intermediate level. They continue at the final level. But what is their meaning? Okay? The same with NPV and IRR. Yeah? NPV and IRR. You have it at all the three levels, true? Yeah. And you will have it in the workplace. The MD wants to buy this hotel. Another hotel wants to buy this hotel. You are CFO. There will be NPV IRR in there. Okay? So just as we go ahead and look at the comments, let's just keep the different expectations in mind. So at foundational stage, you master some technical basics. At applied skills, you begin to apply, but not in a strategic sense. But you move on from the technical number crunching into application. Okay? And then at strategic professional, you have mastered the technical bits and you're now applying for a bigger audience, for bigger impact. So to succeed on the ACCA exam, this is just my opinion, I may not be right. It's just the way I look at it. Understanding is key, not cramming. How many of you went to school in Uganda? I mean nursery, primary, secondary. Eh? You are experts at cramming. You buy a pamphlet, the pamphlet has a pre-written answer, you cram it, you enter the exam, you answer it. A week later, if they brought the exam a week later, you will fail it. True? Yes. Because you have not learned anything. So I often ask classes basic questions. I ask people in the class that I meet, very basic questions, and they can't give me an answer. Graduates can't give me an answer. Now it's not, but also it's not just because you are not, you don't know, but the education system did not give you confidence to speak. Is that true? How many of you are beaten for talking in class? Yes. But what is the mouth for if it's not for talking? Huh? Talking in class. In Africa, you're supposed to, they find you talking in class, you are beaten. And maybe you wanted to ask a question, but even at home, you tell the children, keep quiet. Shh. In Africa, that's what we tell them. Shh, keep quiet. The child is asking, what does the word substance mean? You say, what? Shh, keep quiet. I'm listening to the news. The child understanding substance, the meaning of the word, will need to understand substantive procedures in auditing. Okay? It is just breakdown of the English word. We'll talk about it. So on LinkedIn, there's a video clip with a talk by the finance minister of Ghana. Education minister of Ghana. Some of you might have seen that video clip. He talks about the African education system. We've taught our children to keep quiet, not to ask questions. They will not be able to innovate. They are taught to cram. He says you can't cram your way out of poverty. You can't. I have never seen a video clip like that. Okay? So look for it and listen to what he says. So the ACCA exam is going to filter out people who have come from that background until you get exactly what the examiner wants. I sat the audit paper until I read the examiner's report. And he said, the format of the answer should be like this. That was it. Okay? So I had the knowledge, but I had not had the knowledge in the format the specific examiner wanted. Every paper has a particular examiner, every examiner has a format, has a kind of approach he wants you to use. And so you need to be able to read it and see what it's talking about. Cramming is just packing up all that information shortly before the exam. That, of course, can't really work. And the concept. Because if you understand the concept, irrespective of how the question is asked, you will be able to score a passing score. Not 100, but 50, 51. That's all you need. Okay? Understanding, honestly, will come later when you are working. Every profession works like that. So if you go to Mulago, you see intern doctors, they don't know what they are doing. Don't know. You see young auditors, some of you, you're going to audit with laptop. You don't know what you are doing at that stage, let's be honest. You will learn the big picture later. You know some things, yes, I'm not, you know something, but the big picture comes later. So each subject will have key themes. There are key themes across each subject. The key families of papers, financial accounting, management accounting, audit tax, and then the management group. In management accounting, those papers, the key issue is pricing your product or service. Is that right? How do we start? Because you told me you're all in a final level and all that. How did you start that? I always ask this and people have forgotten. How do we start pricing this bottle of water? How did we start? Direct materials. To that you added. To that you added. To that you added. But none of you said you are doing paper 3, that management paper. After direct materials, you added what? Direct labor, the labor that puts the product together. Then to that you added what? Not yet overheads, direct expenses. Then overheads. Which type of overheads? Production. How did you add them up? You absorbed them? Yes. And then you got a full a production cost. Then you had to take account of other overheads. Sales and distribution, admin, and others. Then you get your full cost, you add a profit element, you get your selling price. You apply that across the different costing methods. Job, batch, contract, service. True? Then you go to marginal costing. Okay? You forget the fixed costs. And you deal with contribution. Then they teach you break even. Then you get to standard costing and budgeting. Now, standard costing and budgeting, some of you choose the cramming approach. You cram the formula to calculate the variance. How many of you do that? Yeah, thank you. You're being honest. He's there at the back. You do the formula route. So you have to cram so many formulae. But yet, there's the understanding route. If so many units of this cost this, then that narrative approach, that is understanding based. It is easier. Because upstairs, they are going to give you more difficult variances to calculate. Mix, yield, and so on. But it starts with a logical approach to understanding what is the variance. What am I calculating? Okay? Because we are looking at the examiner's report. People cannot calculate variances. And that was, and this is now starting at foundation level. So by intermediate, and this should not be the agenda. Okay? So understanding will always be key. In taxation, what are the issues? The different taxes and the formats. You have had the accountancy profit, you adjust it for tax. True? Then having adjusted for tax, there are the allowances. True? And then you apply the tax rate and you have the answer. True? So what is the problem? What's the problem? Okay? Auditing. Auditing presents problems in 2 areas. The main examiner's focus will be tests of controls, substantive procedures. True? Yeah. Were those easy? Huh? They are easy, they are logical. But ACCA in some of its textbooks used to have a process start, you plan the audit, get to know the client, get to know the business of the client, look at pestle factors, inherent risk, all that. Then you document systems, test systems with walkthrough tests. Then you go to tests of control. If controls are weak, you have to go substantive. If they are strong, you can rely and reduce substantive. True? Then you conclude review, and then you issue your opinion. Now, coming back to the word substantive test, what is that? What does the word substantive mean? Yeah? If they say he's a man of substance, what do they mean? What do they mean about his account? It is loaded with money. So many elements of money make the man's total account. So substantive test is break down a total. From the total, break it down. So as an external auditor, you go and ask the client, okay, if this is what you have on the SFP, this is the balance sheet item, PPE, you break it down. You prove that this total number is correct. They must give you a schedule. True? They give you a schedule. What is your first test? Within a schedule they give you, what's the first test? Addition. You learned that where? At Makerere? Addition was nursery school. That's where your ACCA journey started. Cast the schedule. You may think it's a joke, but the first audit I did on my own at Ernst & Young, I went to audit a company, I can't say the name, and the chief accountant gave me a whole list of schedules which did not add up, deliberately. Yes. My audit senior, Ken, I cast the schedules and I showed him, on all my working papers, I showed that these schedules are not adding up. But I didn't know what to do next. Because I was a junior auditor. That's why I told you, yes, you have finished this, but you don't know what to do next. So he pushes the schedules back to the chief accountant, give us schedules which balance. Okay? Because you are breaking down the balance sheet. The balance sheet must be accurate. Break it down if this is what you are claiming. Then once you have broken down to all those elements, then you had an opening balance, true? Then additions to the balance. Then subtractions to the balance, and then you must get a net amount. That is it. So the additions you check to evidence. Vouchers. If it is a higher value transaction like buying this hotel, will there be receipts, invoices? Yes. No, contracts, board minutes. Okay? True? Yeah. Okay, tests of controls, you're moving the other side of the different cycles, sales, purchases, cash, you know, those cycles, they're not hard. Start with the control objective. What is the objective of this cycle? Start there. Okay? With a purchases cycle, with a sales cycle, you're selling on credit. What is your most important objective? You want to make sure that the person you are giving credit to can what? Can pay. Okay? So the understanding approach is easier and less burdensome for you. And that's my main point I want to suggest to you today. To try and get down, if you can, and look at what are the basic key themes in each subject and master those building blocks, because the building blocks are going to be complicated slightly as you go up the chain. Then with auditing, of course, there is audit reporting, because that also gives some people a bit of a problem. Let me ask you, why do auditors modify their reports? Why or when do they modify their reports? When would you issue a modified report? What would cause you to issue it? How many of you are working for audit firms? You must be here. Eh? You don't issue reports, you just do the tick voting. Yeah, thank you. The seniors are the ones who have to handle it. But on what basis would you modify the report? Yes. They say the auditor has only two problems. One, you have refused to give him the information he needs to look at. You've limited the scope of his work. Two, your accounting treatment has issues. And that will be tested on AAA. Your knowledge. So AAA needs a very good accounting background to be able to do some of the questions in there. Your IFRS. Okay? And then having understood the possible issues with the accounting, then what are the audit procedures you will carry out? Okay? So, limitation of the scope of work or disagreement with accounting treatment, the new standards change that wording slightly, but material and pervasive or material and not pervasive. You've seen that matrix. Yeah. So that's the reporting and it's done. The others are going concern and other things like that, emphasis of matter kind of issues. So let's look at the pass rates. So these are pass rates from December last year. Are they okay? Were you within those numbers or outside? What is the average? What is the average here? What is the average here? Average. Average was primary school. What's the average? No, I don't need an exact number. Just give me an average. This is 80, this is 60, it's about 75. What happens here then? Why? Exemptions. Yeah. Exemptions have part to do with part of that story, is exemptions. Okay? Yeah, but you have got to take this and apply it here. There are some new things, audit and tax, but you're taking what you learned there, applying it here. 41% goes below that. Okay? AAA, 34%. Okay? APM, these are papers where people have had two earlier levels of preparation. We should not be seeing this and this at the final level. So there are problems with technical grounding and problems with perspective at the final level. You are answering, you've calculated, oh, I'm done. No explanations. You're going to meet a board of directors. Okay? So these pass rates have been more or less like that for quite some time. If you look at the historical rates for each paper, there's not so much deviation. But you can change that narrative for yourself. You don't have to be part of the pass rates. Okay? So what tools do you have to give you success? Tools do you have? Do you read the syllabus? Do you really look through the syllabus? Or you just find yourself doing the syllabus? Okay? Okay, fine. You need to start each paper by looking through the syllabus. Now, as you go through your tutorship, the college will give you notes, but of course you have to find a way of summarizing the notes. Okay? Now, in Uganda, we sometimes had a very bad habit. They give you a textbook and you write summaries. And the process of writing summaries is so laborious. And you read everything, you think everything is important. So you summarize everything. And by the time now it comes to revision, you are too late because you have finished summarizing about 2 weeks to the exam. And you've not had time to read your summaries. Okay? So you have to change that approach. Change it, change it, change it. Okay? If you have a textbook, you can write in the textbook. Okay? Write in the textbook. Write notes in the textbook and carry one piece of information. Don't summarize the textbook. Okay? Write all your points in the textbook. Use a highlighter, highlight key points, and then move to the revision kit, the question practice. Okay? Don't waste time, energy summarizing what your brain can already appreciate. So that source of information will be augmented. There will be other articles on the website. The examiner has said this. You have discussed this. You've seen a new approach from a question practice session. What I'm saying in the last bullet, consolidate that source of knowledge that you have. If it's the textbook and you've written in it, consolidate everything within a particular topic in that textbook. Okay? I'm not stopping you from summarizing. I'm just showing you it can be very, very time-wasting. Then the examiner's reports will look at, as I've said, you have technical articles by your examining teams. For every paper, you have them in there. In the old days, there used to be a student accountant. It's now been broken down into so many pieces, but it's all there. The ACCA tries to be fair. It tries to be fair by giving the examiner a requirement to explain new things that they are likely to examine. Okay? If there's a new act, there's a new standard, there's a new this, the examiner is expected to write something about it so that students are aware. And you need at least 1 month for revision to give yourself a good chance of success. 1 month, at least. If you can do more, that's fine. But also, of course, in today's digital world, ACCA has moved with the times and given you a lot of other tools to deal with the exam. There's ACCA X. Have you checked ACCA X site? Those who are doing the first level. There's a testimonial there. A lady said she went through the ACCA X material. And she was able, when she started ACCA, to score 92% on one of the exams. So there's a lot of content in there. Use it to your advantage. There's CBE guidance. Of course, now you have moved to a computer-based approach for examinations, and so it's very, very important that you are computer savvy in the exam. Not struggling with those spreadsheets, with that Word application. You have to be able to move quickly. Navigate your way around the tools, and they give you the practice environment. Use that practice environment, okay? Use the practice environment, get the feedback on your, you have a practice platform. There are a lot of different videos for AA, 5 minutes with the AA examining team. I watched that the other day. Watch these and make them part of your preparation. They are not a waste of time. They are not a waste of time. They are always put there for a purpose. Okay? So, because you are digital, the digital generation, so you're able to access all this content on mobile, podcasts, all that. There's a lot of advantage you have compared to the time when we were doing this kind of exercise. So, in the presentation, I've given you extracts from the examiner's report. For time, we can't read through everything. But let me just, I've chosen papers at all levels and extracted some comments for different papers. So they said for the August MA, this foundational level paper, the intention of this report, the examiner's report, is to help you maximize your chance of success. And one video clip there talking about the examiner's report says it is really one of the most useful tools for you to get success on the exam. Get the examiner's report, look at it. Not just the last one, but a number of others before. So look, the examiner's report is now covering the question by question analysis. So they want you to look at the technical content of each question and the approach. Technical and approach. Technical and approach. Technical content and approach. So those are the key things the report is going to give you. But also, this again for the specific subject MA, they are telling you the exam is evenly balanced between calculation and narrative. How many of you find calculations easier? Your calculations biased. So you really have to learn the narrative side of things. Okay, don't ignore it. It's always easier to get the number right and feel, oh, I've got this sorted. But the higher you go, the less relevant that working is to your score. And those of you who are narrative-based, yes, you have to pull up. So in that particular exam, they say candidates perform slightly better on narrative questions than calculation questions. But then that's not a good thing, because they need the calculation power, because this paper is going to be built on upstairs. You have to be good on the numbers at foundational level as well. So more and more and more question practice is going to be required in that environment. Common problems: inability to calculate payback, NPV, IRR, inability to calculate standard cost variances. Remember we talked about that. Examiner's report last year. NPV and IRR are not hard. They are just not hard. If, of course, if they are taught well, okay? They are not hard. Variances, as I said, my suggestion, please use the logical approach rather than cram the different formulae variance per variance, okay? Inability to calculate residual income and return on capital employed. These are ratios. One thing on top, another fractions. They started where? Primary school. That is a ratio is a fraction. Return on, okay? Understand the ratio. Understand the ratio. A difficulty with questions in the spreadsheet format. Yes, of course, if you haven't practiced, the format is the tool is new to you. You might, okay, please take advantage of it. Reconciliation of actual and budgeted figures via standard costing variances, again, issue there. Study the whole syllabus, because the exam will cover the whole syllabus. No specialization. Now, when a professional body gives you multiple choice questions are not going to be easily passed. They look easy, but they are not going to be. They will be deliberately made difficult. And so question practice, wherever you have a multiple choice exam, a lot of question practice is going to be necessary. Because within the answers, they are going to give you common mistake answers. The common mistake the student makes. He has forgotten to take a square root in the formula, and they'll give you that answer without that. It will be there. So without a squared, you've forgotten to square something. They'll give you the answer, oh, this must be the one. Okay? So you see, that's why they say they ensure your calculations are complete before selecting the answer to multiple choice question. Make the calculation complete, because they'll give you a step 2 before the final answer as an option. Okay? Now, we are moving, attempt easy questions first, changing. But not many students do this. Answer the easiest question first. And within the easiest question, you can answer the easiest part of the easiest question first. Not necessarily in A, B, C, D order. So do that. Do that and save time. Do that and save time. Do that and save time. Don't spend too much time on difficult questions, apparently difficult. All questions should be attempted. There's no negative marking. Reasonableness test. They say somebody is giving inventory holding period, 27 million days. Inventory holding period. Something has gone wrong in your workings. Your answer can't be right. Internal rate of return, 500%. It can't be that. A company like that would take over the world. Yes, so now we move to AA, double A, the audit paper. To pass this exam, candidates should ensure they devote adequate time to obtain the required level of knowledge. So people are not giving enough time to AA, double A. What is the time problem today? I have to talk about this. You are the digital generation and smartphones are distracting many of you. Is that true? You are studying something, a message comes. A message comes. It demands you. Some people wake up on WhatsApp. In the middle of the night, a message. You can hardly concentrate. It is a problem. It is a problem, and it is addictive. Okay? It is addictive. Many people don't want to accept it. So my phone is this one. It's my phone. Nokia. And I'm doing fine, I think. Me and the head of state, we are still on Nokia. So, candidates who don't spend sufficient time practicing questions. I'm serious about that. You see, you need time to reflect on your learning. So I just try to encourage you, as you begin to do your studies, lock yourself somewhere, put the phone off. Do 1, 2, 3 solid hours of study. You'll come back to the phone. Nobody is dying. That's the truth. You have all these excuses. Oh, I have to check that. No, people are fine. You finish the exam. Candidates who don't spend sufficient time practicing are likely to be successful. As written questions test application skills. We're about to close. Now, interestingly, at this level, the examiner is not mentioning anything technical in his examiner's report. He's talking about time management. Now, are they giving you the content before the exam day? Not yet. Sorry, SBL, sorry. Are they giving you it before the exam day? How many hours is the exam? 3 hours 15. That's a lot of time. Especially if you have been given information before. Okay? The thing is also to organize your thoughts. Organize your thoughts. Okay? So, time management, convert marks into minutes. Obviously, by SBL level, I expect that you know how many minutes a mark should take. You all know that. So don't spend more than the time allocated to each question. Candidates who write more than required marks, they lose the potential to earn marks in other questions. Stick to the time limit. Address the question asked and do so directly and concisely. This is SBR. Now, of course, in the accounting paper, the complication is going to be consolidation. True? Your consolidation questions. Huh? Eh? The other standards are harder. IFRS 9 is hard. No. Anyway, that's good. If you're good on consolidation, that's good. It's very good. I'm just giving an average comment. The thing that many students might struggle with. Okay? So if there's a difficult subject area, take time to invest more in preparation in that area. Discussion is likely to help you as well. Few marks are available for presenting rote land knowledge at this level, at this level, at this level. No rote learning. Some students seem to struggle with the applied nature of this question. Applied level, applied nature of the question. SBR is a high-level exam where application of knowledge is expected. Okay? So we can stop here. Answer all parts of the question. None of this is stuff that you don't know. You know it already. You know it, but you probably may not be practicing it as well. Possibly because you end your revision too late. How many of you are able consistently to have at least 1 month to revision? 1 month of revision. Good revision. You've finished the content, okay? You've mastered it, and now it's 1 month. Okay, try that. Gives you good latitude. Good latitude. Okay, so my closing comments. We've agreed we are going to understand the subject matter, answer the question asked, and apply common sense. What is common sense? Common sense. When I was studying, ACCA said they expect to see the application of common sense in students' answers. What is common sense? Logical reasoning, someone says. In Uganda we say, you don't have what? Yes. That's not the meaning of it. Everyone has common sense. It is lessons learned through the experience of life. That's what it is. Lessons learned through the experience of life. Everyone has a life's experience. The answer to your question may be out of the window. Who said you can't look out of the window during the exam? There may be a question on contract costing, and then there's a construction site there. It might give you an idea. Case questions, the answer is in the case. It's looking at you. In the case question, the answer is in the case. You can literally, in many cases, copy and paste. But of course, you reward what you are copying and pasting. And add on your context, your interpretations, and you have an answer. Okay? They need to see higher skills at the final level, the perspective expected at senior management board level, MCQ questions we need to practice, and discussions. How many of you have discussions? You have discussion groups. Yeah, many of you have been, but not very many. Discussion is so important. I see just a few hands. Just a few hands up. Please discuss. Discussing does not mean you're not bright. Huh? It doesn't mean you're not intelligent. You can't know everything. You can't see everything. To be able to pass that audit paper, I had a small discussion group. There was an Asian gentleman, a Ugandan lady, 3 people. He told me, that's where I got that insight. The examiner wants this format of answer. And I passed with relatively high marks at that time, the audit paper, after that insight. So to close, there are skills for life. The skills ACCA is giving you are for life. You will apply them in the workplace. You will meet the challenges in the workplace. And ACCA, without a doubt, will give you a very, very, very good basis to meet whatever challenges you're going to meet in the workplace. Of all the qualifications I've done, it's probably been, not probably, it's really the best qualification that helped me understand and get insights about business. Okay? So I wish you all the best in your professional journey. I don't know if I've been of use, but, I'll take, thank you. I'll take questions. I'm happy to take questions if I can answer them. Okay, any questions?
Thank you so much, Mr. Mpere. I am sure all of us need, and we are going to share these slides because this is a very, very important presentation for us to pass the exams. Unfortunately, we are pressed for time. Our keynote speaker is here, is waiting. So the questions that you have, you can kindly pass them off to Charlotte, and we shall get answers for them. But thank you. We appreciate that you're still here with us, and please give Mr. Mpere a huge round of applause. Okay, I would like us to shake a bit, like just shake a bit, because you've been sitting for so long, and shake your hands, because the next speaker is someone that I want you to be awake for, someone that I would like you to now get out of the exam mode. Don't be worried, you will pass. We shall all pass. You'll all become members, ACCA members. But he's going to give us lessons for life. This is someone who's already in the industry. And our next speaker is none other than the CEO of Standard Chartered Bank. Before I do that, actually, sorry, I had forgotten. We have something to present to Mr. Mpere. We don't want him to go empty-handed. Sorry, apologies.
Thank you once again, Mr. Mpere. Prospects. A few members in the house. We are grateful. We are grateful for the time you've given us and also for that deliberate 1 hour. We tried to stop him, but he's a tutor. And I also felt, but our students need this. So, thank you.
Welcome. Thank you very much.
Yeah. All right. So back to this. So Sanjay is the CEO of Standard Chartered Bank. He's here to give us a keynote address on D of Standard Chartered, a position he has held since June 2022. His career is spanning close to 25 years in banking, Asia, Europe. He has worked in senior roles in the UK, Kenya, Ghana, Gambia, Sierra Leone, Cote d'Ivoire, with responsibilities overseeing operations in Standard Chartered Bank business in Africa and India. His most recent in his role as CEO, he has won significant accolades for this position, and through his strong leadership representation with different important thought leadership forums. He is credited with enhancing business performance, building and optimizing on human capital, championing responsibilities for good, for national and global prosperity. Sanjay is currently Chairman of Professional Accountants in Business Advisory, Director of Trademark Africa, Deputy Chair of YPO, Sustainable Business Network. You can see he has a lot of connections, guys. His past key governance responsibilities include being the Chairman and CEO of Roundtable Tanzania, Deputy Chairman of Tanzania Bankers Association, Executive Member of Tanzania National Business Council. Sanjay's professional credentials and qualifications include being a chartered accountant through NBEA Tanzania, a fellow of ACCA, MBA in finance, a fellow Institute Information Management Africa, Management Post.
He apologized. I was going to charge interest. Hi, good afternoon. How are you all doing? I don't think that, I think my name is Sanjay. That's as simple as it gets. And I'm an African. Let's keep it at that. So as you heard, I'm a Tanzanian. So we could do this in Swahili or English. What do you choose? Kiswahili. Tuongee Kiswahili. Habari zenu. By the way, ACCA has still not moved to become in Swahili. I'm sure that they will understand that 300 million people in the sub-region now speak in Swahili. Great. So ACCA, I had to go to, we start from home? Is it? Okay. I wanted this slide because it talks about ACCA myself. So I was born in a small city down south in Tanzania. It's called Mbeya. It's very close to the Zambia border, about 70 kilometers. And you go this way down, then it's about 140 kilometers from Malawi. There's many lakes there. So the Lake Tanganyika that you hear about, is very close to where I used to live. So I was about 4 years old. When I grew up, we used to have this big radio. We didn't have these phones that we use nowadays. You remember those old days? No TVs, no phones. So the only way of getting information was newspapers or radios. So he had this big radio. He used to put a big, some copper wire into it and attach it to the roof. So you get better signals. And my father had this habit of waking up at 5:29 in the morning. He used to wake up at 5:29. Now I also wake up at 5:29. Why would he wake up at 5:29 in the morning? Is because at 5:30 sharp, he would want to listen to the BBC World Service, the BBC radio. I was only 4 years old with my younger brother, who is 1 year younger to me. And the bad news is the radio was in our room. We had 3 rooms. My parents' room, then it was me and my brother, and my sister's room. So it was those 3 rooms. Now, my father wouldn't want to trouble his wife. We all know we can't trouble our wives. He wouldn't want to trouble the daughter, so every day the radio was in our room. Now, at the age of 4, I had the courage to ask him, Dad, why do you listen to the radio so early in the morning? And why do you want to listen to BBC? We have so many radios around us. Because in Tanzania, there's so many radios. Stations, as we call them. He said that I listen to BBC so that I can get global knowledge. I can get to know what's happening in many parts of the world. And he also said that the world you see yourself is not the entirety of the world. It's a very tiny subset of the world. There's a much bigger world, and there's so much more that is happening. And that's where my curiosity to become part of this global world started. And to be part of a global world, you need to have a passport. And to be part of the world, you all also have ACCA as a passport to be part of the global world. Now, why am I telling you? I think there's a lot of single stories like myself. You all resonate with me, the African brothers and sisters, as we call them. We've all been learning so many things in our world that is not global. We have our own small stories. Sadly, we also are learning that our beautiful Nile, where it starts in this country, was found, was explored and found by someone else. Is it right? Yeah? So I think now the only thing that is yours is your passport. And ACCA, if you do ACCA, it's absolutely your passport. So I think you heard a lot of things about me. Do I have to do this? Okay. So the single thing I do is Standard Chartered Bank. Because I'm here from Standard Chartered Bank, I just want to say only 170 years old. We at some time were also the central bank of Uganda up until independence. We currently contribute to about 3% of the GDP of Uganda. And you all are accountancy students, so you understand what that means, yeah? Right, so whether it's jobs, economic prosperity, we are the second largest financiers to the government of Uganda. We raise financing, we don't give financing. We are the second largest tax collectors. We're amongst the top banks to externalize international payments from Uganda. I can talk about Standard Chartered Bank for days, but today I'm talking about ACCA. So, I think we've heard a lot about education. My fellow colleagues spoke so much, very passionately about ACCA, ACCA exams, how it has become a very important part of his life. I want to talk to you about ACCA as a force for public good. There are lots of organizations and institutions who want to do good for themselves. ACCA, like Standard Chartered Bank, is one of these unique organizations that is a public force for good. And that is why I love ACCA, because it speaks to my values, it speaks to my commitment, and it speaks to the greater good. This year, more than 50 countries are going to go through elections. 19 countries in Africa are going to go through elections. Inflation is high, interest rates are high, there is wars around us, we know that. Cybercrime is growing. Is that right? People are becoming poor. Climate change is really creating catastrophe for us. For the last 6 months, we've seen rains. Has this happened in Uganda? Yeah? So lots of things are happening around us. And many of us don't care, but ACCA cares. I have seen ACCA speaking to regulators, to governments, to development partners. They've created a lot of insights, information, context, this whole thing called integrated thinking, integrated reporting, sustainability, climate. You can take any topic, take cyber and search ACCA cyber, and you'll see the number of pages of information you'll get. But you'll also get a lot of thought leadership material. Helen Brand, who is the global CEO for ACCA, champions a lot of these global causes. I'm also the president of IFAC, for the Professional Accountants in Business Advisory Group. You all are members of IFAC once you're qualified. So even in that, I continuously see ACCA's name coming up as a force for good. So I wanted to acknowledge this, because it's very critical that when you become part of ACCA, you actually become part of the global good. What you do with the privilege you have is your choice, but the choice is already available to you. Are we together? Thanks. Now, ACCA. It's a huge world. Globally, currently, there are 3.5 million qualified accountants. That is the remit of what I do with IFAC. So a lot of times we look at how the education is growing, what's happening to accountants, what are key topics we need to talk about, think about, what action we need to take to make sure that governance, ethics, etc. is really upheld at its highest standards. So this is the size of ACCA. When you become part of ACCA, you become part of 3/4 of a million people. That's the size of your network. I'm going to tell you another secret. When I finished my education, 25 years ago, I joined Standard Chartered Bank. The day I became the day I moved from being Sanjay to Sanjay from Standard Chartered Bank, my net worth grew. You're all listening to me. If I just came here and say, my name is Sanjay, you start thinking, why am I talking to him? Why am I listening to this guy? But the day I became from Sanjay to Sanjay from Standard Chartered Bank, I have a different profile. People give me a very different respect. Do you all agree? Yeah? So the day you move from XYZ to ACCA, XYZ, you will have a very different profile in this world. You become part of the 3/4 of a million who are part of the top 1% of the world. The things you learn, the education you get, the kind of people you will meet, the kind of jobs you can take, the opportunities that you get, all change just because you are an ACCA member. Do we get it? So that's how big this passport is. So 247,000 members or accountants, 526,000 students. I'm sure most of you are there. ACCA is in 181 countries. It has over close to 8,000 certified employers, and Standard Chartered is one of those employers. You know, there's a lot of statistics there. 117 offices, one is here in 51 countries. It also talks about the number of organizations where, you know, the course is accredited. You can get a lot of, you know, benefits out of that, etc., etc. So that is the power of ACCA. Is anybody here from Rotary? How many of you are members of Rotary? Can I see a show of hands? Some of you, Rotarians? Yeah? So when one Rotarian goes to another country and says, I'm a Rotarian, what happens? You get a lot of warmth, love, connection. Is it right? Similarly, when one ACCA guy moves to another organization or another forum, the power of commonness of ACCA is fantastic. You know, in Standard Chartered Bank today, my CFO is around. I'm an ACCA, he's an ACCA. My head of corporate is an ACCA. My head of audit who is there is an ACCA. My senior credit officer is an ACCA. Who else is an ACCA? My business planning manager is an ACCA. It just tells you a lot about ACCA. Now, I'm not saying that there are no other courses. There are also other courses. Accountancy per se is a phenomenal course. When you become an accountant, you create infinite opportunities for yourself. And at this time where the world is very complex, accountancy is actually the best, one of the best professionals to have, because everybody needs an accountant. This world has 200 million plus businesses, and we have one language that we all use, and that is accountancy. You know, many of us call it GAAP or IFRS, whatever, but the reality is there's only one language of business. It doesn't have a religion, etc., and that is accountancy. So that is ACCA as a connection. Now, ACCA as a global qualification, depth and breadth. I think when my former colleague spoke about ACCA, he talked about those traditional days to now, how the education has continued to evolve. You know, when you're learning ACCA, you're learning about today. Everything we study every single day, it is a profession that continues to evolve. If you see the study material, the insights, you go to the website, journals, everywhere the information that you get is more relevant for today and relevant for tomorrow. We call it the fit for purpose today and the fit for growth tomorrow. If you have looked at recently in Davos, where there was a whole discussion about the future of work, you know, it says, information said that 30% of what we learn today, so whatever I'm speaking today, in 3 to 4 years will get obsolete. The good news about ACCA is there is constant research that is happening that also gives you information on what has changed so you become relevant. Are we together? Yeah? So it's a course that is relevant for accountancy, consultancy, for management accounting, reporting, financial accounting, audit, tax. But it is a course that is also great for doctors. It is a course that is good for scientists. My sister is a pathologist, and she is doing ACCA. Because there is no business that you cannot use the skills that you gain in ACCA. Now, what does ACCA give you? It gives you the technical skills. Technical skills are all the subject skills, as we just went through, but it also gives you the professional skills. You know, professional skills that are very necessary for either business or work, and leadership skills. So whether it is creative thinking, innovation, decision making, when you go through ACCA, because you go through a lot of simulations, you also learn those skills. So that's why it's more than a qualification. Moving on. This is very, very important for me. You know, when I was being introduced, you know, they say it is part of so many forums. You know, for those of you who want to work, you know, these are the people like me are the people you want to meet. Now, when I am looking for somebody to recruit, what are things that I'm looking at? I'm looking at somebody who has got a forward-thinking qualification. Because everybody who comes to my organization needs to take this organization forward. Think about yourselves. How many of you have the mindset or the acumen to take your lives forward by making others' lives go forward? Whether it's organization, family, community, you have a superpower when you are an ACCA or you are an accountant. You have the power to take this world forward. So this is why this qualification is very critical. Digitally relevant. You all know that the whole ACCA qualification is being digitized by the day. So whether it's artificial intelligence, look at blockchain, so I call it A, B, C, D, E. A for artificial intelligence, B for blockchain, C for cyber, D for digital, and E for e-commerce. ACCA has embraced all those tools. In the curriculum that we learn, this is all very relevant. And this is what the future of work is all about. You really cannot have no digital skills. It's very critical. Then creating ethics and trusted professionals. I know my colleague also spoke about that. Integrity is absolutely critical. In a very complex world, I mean, we all see news every day here that sometimes tells us that there's so much, mismanagement that's happening around us. Ethics is very critical. And your beauty is once you're an ACCA or you're a qualified accountant, there's a standard code of conduct that binds you. It allows you not to compromise on yourself. Because the day you compromise on yourself, you've actually compromised on many other things. It's called short-term thinking. Think about long-term. Whenever you want to compromise, the single thing you need to think about is, if this information was on ACCA journal, would you be proud? So ethics is very critical. Now we can talk about value add and many other things, but I will talk about the last box there, which is about continuous learning. We all do CPDs. So ACCA is one of those qualifications that keeps you relevant. The information that gets shared with you, the insights, the learning are all very critical. So I think these are the big benefits that ACCA brings. Just moving on to the next slide. Now, one of the best things that ACCA has done is there is this portal or website, part of the ACCA website, which is ACCA Employability Support for You. So you see that picture? When you open, that's the website. This is a portal where a lot of jobs are getting posted. I'm just going to give you some statistics. Last year, 800,000 jobs were posted on this portal. And 1.2 million people, students, applied for them. So it tells you that this is also, the ACCA is also a force for good by supporting us to be employed. There are other aspects of this portal also that are very useful. You see the career navigator? When you go to the website, you'll also have this career navigator. So you have to plot yourself, and it is going to tell you what kind of good for you. Some people like auditing, some people like management accounting, some people want to become controllers, some people want to do tax, etc., etc. It tells you, based on your passion, what careers you can choose. But it will also tell you what skills you need. And you can actually go back to your education and ACCA resources to upgrade your skills. So that's the power of this portal that is available to you. When you look at Skills Builder again, many of us have different passions. You want to learn about climate, maybe about cyber, big opportunity there. Every year there are virtual careers fairs that happen online. So you can participate. It helps you to make your CV very good. So you can actually take a look and learn, and through that make yourself fit. Because that's also a skill. How you project yourself. How do you participate in an interview? How do you write your own profile? How do you create your own CV? All those things are absolutely critical, and this is what the ACCA portal gives you. Okay, the seal of approval. When I talked about ACCA as a global passport, one very unique thing about ACCA is this thing called the seal of approval. Now, what is this seal of approval? Close to 8,000 organizations in this world are partners to ACCA. We call it the employer seal. So this is the employers you can work with. These are organizations that also believe in learning and development. So you continuously learn in those organizations. Standard Chartered is one of them. You know, we are a place where everybody learns every single day. There's growth opportunity, there's education. We have this philosophy called 70-20-10. 70% of our learning is on the job. 20% is peer-to-peer, or you learn from the unit or from your leaders. And 10% is about classroom learning. You know, so you either do it on the portal or classroom. Nowadays, we do a lot of learning digitally. So all those, if you really want to find a place where you can continuously grow, look at that stamp of approval. You know, if you have the employer stamp of approval, that's the best place to work because you will continuously grow. And remember, you're qualified. We also like ACCA students because we know that you're going to bring in the right skills, the right mindset, the right attitude, and absolutely the right knowledge. A very interesting thing, I mean, this, many of you can't see the slide because it's very far, but last year, you know, every year, ACCA does research, and we look at talent trends. Last year, 10,000 students were participated in the research. And one of the big things that was asked was, how many of you want to work abroad or are working abroad? So you can see in different part of this global world, you know, there are ACCA students who are already working abroad. There are ACCA students who intend to work abroad. And then there are those who don't know whether they can work abroad or not. And some who don't want to work abroad. So I can tell you in Africa, close to 50% of the students who have done ACCA have the intention to go and work abroad. Now, ACCA gives you that privilege to connect with the whole world ecosystem, as I call it, where you can actually get supported, you know, to work abroad. Now, this is based on 10,000 students. Like I said, we now have close to 270,000 students. Sorry, 250,000 students. So it's a very different, you know, it's just a portion of the, but it gives you context that ACCA is indeed a global passport. So these were really my comments. I can tell you personally, like I said, the day I became Sanjay from Standard Chartered Bank, my value became 20x. The day I became Sanjay ACCA, my value became 50x, you know, because people started acknowledging me. So whether it's accountancy or great organizations, understand when you connect it to your brand, you have to work very hard. You become more valuable. You know, and in accountancy, you also learn about valuation. So you need to learn how to value yourself much more. Is it right? That's very critical. So my job was really to tell you a lot about ACCA. It almost feels I'm working for ACCA. Because even whilst I have moved to Uganda, there are so many events I'm part of ACCA. We also did the recent CFO Awards. You know, ACCA for the 8th year in a row in Uganda, which Deloitte did a CFO Awards. I was also a judge on the Africa CFO Awards, again championed by ACCA. Because ACCA values leaders. ACCA values accountants who are force for you, force for good. ACCA values its students. So my dear friends, African friends, I wish you all the best in your journey with ACCA. At this time, I may take a few questions. Like I said, you can even ask me about Standard Chartered Bank or ACCA. Thank you. Good, I know I'm keeping you away from lunch.
Thank you very much, Mr. Sanjay Rughani of Standard Chartered Bank. Who has the microphone? It was roving at some point and we do not know where it is. However, okay, thank you very much. Jack, it's over there. Any questions? Ask the CEO.
Thank you so much. My name is Peter
Yes, Peter.
Mungufeni. You have talked about the global perspective of ACCA, what is your greatest motivation in this journey of professionalism?
Good. When you talk about my greatest motivation, in my organization, I'm known as a CEO. The CEO definition that I am very committed to is called Chief Enabling Officer, not Chief Executive Officer, which means the single job I do is I'm in the business of people. You know, my colleagues who work with me, the work I do with them is for them to see bigger dreams, and my role is to make sure that I support them to achieve them. You know, so if you don't have a bigger dream, then I'll work with you to create a bigger dream. And after you have a bigger dream, you become responsible, but I support you to win. I am participating in many other forums. So whether it's with IFAC, whether it's with the Bankers Association, whether it's with YPO, in all my roles that I play, it's really about greater good and achieving bigger progress. You know, progress around humanity, progress around Mother Earth, as we call it. So it's really about impact. So my biggest motivation is impact. So why this profession? Because to create impact, you need to be able to assess where you are today, and you need to be able to set your goals. Your goals are best set when you can put them in some numbers and some form that can be understood by everybody. So accountancy gives me that strength to understand the world from a business perspective and how I can take it forward. So 3 years from now, what will be my targets? What will be my numbers? Nowadays, you talk about financial and non-financial targets also, because it can be about staff engagement, but you connect it to performance in all cases. So that's one, that I can see the future much more clearly as an accountant. Number two is really about my personal values. You know, I'm a long-term thinker. I think that God has brought me in this world, and I'm a very privileged soul. So I need to continue to pass my goodness. And to pass my goodness, I need to know what good looks like. So this whole thing called ethics, integrity, trust, you know, the accountancy education actually teaches you as the best. So that's my second aspect. The third is, you know, I want to be part of a society where I can actually afford a good life. When you become an accountant, actually, overall, your compensation changes. You know, you start becoming somebody who can afford many things in life. You know, I want to afford books, I want to afford traveling, I want to afford football, I want to afford many things. You know, and the accountancy profession has actually given me that. I think the fourth is, you know, in this whole world, everything in our world that we learn, including in our local world, there's a lot much more about divide and rule. You come from there, you come from there, you are from this village, you're from here, you're from this tribe, from this thing, this party, that party. Like I said, there is only one language of business, and that is accountancy. So I have many motivations. I don't have one only, and at different times, a different motivation plays. And this is why I'm an accountant. Thank you. There are questions there?
Okay, thank you, Sanjay. My name is Edgar. Let's speak from the banking perspective. Yes, you are StanChat, and you have this slogan, you have gone digital. Does that imply that you have only selected the corporate bit of people? And my question is, how are you going to pull out that farmer deep in the village who doesn't know how to use maybe a smartphone or a tab to open up an account with you? Because trust me, once you access villages or you get a chance of moving to villages, you'll never see you hardly see any StanChat branch. Well, going digital is not bad, but that lowest person down. Did you just specialize in the market, or?
Yeah. You know, Edgar, you're going to be my best friend. Because whilst I've come to talk about ACCA, now you've given me a free opportunity to market myself. I know my previous speakers continue to speak about math, and I'm like, when am I going to talk about standard? You know, so it's now my turn. Standard Chartered Bank has been in Uganda for 112 years. It is the only international universal bank in this country. When I say international universal, give universal attention. Universal means the last mile. You know, in Swahili we say wananchi, the general population, you call them farmers, all the way through to the government. That's what we bank. So individuals, of course rich individuals, small business, medium business, large business, international business, banks, development organizations, everything that is in banking, we largely bank. Now, I must tell you that our past philosophy as a bank was, you know, everybody has a strength. Is it right? Not everybody can become an accountant. You need to be passionate about it, and that's why you connect to ACCA or any other accountancy profession. So we also had a philosophy, and we had a whole strategy on what are things we will do and what are things we will not do. Good business is about knowing what is your strength and doing that. Don't decide to do everything. You can't be a doctor, you can't be a teacher, and you can't be an accountant. You can't do everything. There are rarely some that can do, but mostly, you know, we make it fit for our own purpose. Now for Standard Chartered Bank last year, we launched a product called Shilingi. Shilingi is a product where you can start banking with Standard Chartered Bank at 20,000 shillings. It is at zero cost, and currently the interest we give, because it is very much for the last mile, the current interest is 12.16%. And it's a daily interest, which means you can get your, as soon as you put your money today, from tomorrow you start accruing your interest, and you can see it on the phone. Now we have decided our business model is not about opening 1,000 branches or 200 branches. We have 3 branches. 99% of our business happens online. I'm sure all of you can easily become my clients. Is it right? I've also changed. In the past, individuals had to come to, or we have changed. Individuals used to come to our branch to open accounts. Now you download an app, you take your own picture, selfie, you upload your ID, and your account starts working. It's a 15-20 minute activity, and you're done. You don't need to come. You can do it at any time of the day. You know, all you have to do is SC Mobile, download it on either on an Android or an iPhone, and you start working. What we've also done is we use agency banking. So at the moment we have 20,000 agencies across Uganda. So that farmer you talked about can also access that. Of course, at an agency you don't get all services, but I don't expect the farmer to need all the services. So it's about deposit, it's about taking some money and doing a transaction. So those are services that are provided by the agency. Like I said, if you ask me about Standard Chartered, I can go on. I hope this gives you comfort. Thank you, Edgar.
Hi, Sanjay.
Hi.
I'm Catherine.
Hi, Catherine.
Yes, so I want to ask you to throw more light on how ACCA is relevant in the banking sector. Yes, I understand they're accountants, but I feel like it is not really relevant to the banking, to the bankers. Yes, so I'm requesting you as the CEO who has been in the banking sector for over 20 years plus, what is the relevance of ACCA or professional courses to the banking sector?
Good, good, good. So I don't want to say just ACCA. I want to actually expand it to accountancy in general. Accountancy is very relevant to banking because banking is all about what? Money management, in essence. So the best people who can work for us are those who understand digits, numbers, money. Everything can be looked at from a logical eyesight of, you need to connect to information, which is, and accountancy is all about same digits, money, equation. So how does an ACCA or an accountant become relevant to, banks? Like I said, there's a simple logic. You need to have technical skills. So all the papers that we do, let's say management accounting, is all about what? Analyzing information, understanding what you're analyzing and what's the value of that information, and then projecting growth around it. So whether you are in sales or the accountancy function or in a product line in the bank, most of these jobs, except maybe tellers, they need some element of accountancy. In fact, in our own organization, for those who are doing sales, particularly the relationship managers, they also have to go through internal examination. That's why we are a qualified employer. They go through about 14 papers as part of their credit assessment, and 7 of their papers are all linked to accountancy. Cash flow management, how do you look at, balance sheets, how do you create, the right kind of ratio analysis, liquid ratio, etc. So accountancy and banking has a lot of intense alignment when you look at a set of roles. Now, I would say in our bank, about 50% of our roles are very connected to the accountancy profession. There's the other 50 that may not need it. It can be just about logistics. It can be about customer service. You don't need to be an accountant. You need a legal function. You need an HR function. You need an IT function. But that is the relationship between the accountancy profession and banking. I hope that answers. Yes.
Now I'm back on. Hi, I'm George.
Hi, George.
Mine is about the ACCA and career development. I got to know about ACCA about 6 years ago when I had reached university and when I was just about to finish. But little did I know I have to do a professional course, ACCA, and maybe CPA. I don't know if there's a plan in place for ACCA to reach out for the generation kids between 10 and 18, because this is where the career is picked up. You're not going to just find me grown up in it and then just take me on. How has ACCA helped us below during that age?
Okay. Do you want to answer that?
Thank you very much. Did you say George? Okay. Which school were you? No pun intended. Which one?
Masaka High School.
Masaka.
Yeah.
Thank you very much for saying that, because we do outreaches to high schools, and 6 years ago, I believe we should have done a Masaka outreach, because we also do the upcountry. However, it's quite alternatively done is have the career teachers engagement so that they can then impact the students whom they access. However, high schools are part of our partners through whom we reach the high schoolers, and we know that professional qualifications need a level of maturity as well, so we target the senior 4 leavers and probably A-level. However, just like he said, in terms of our vision, we've also noticed the trend and the shift, because Uganda has heavily been a graduate market. So people's perceptions and mindsets was so much relying on going to university first. So you could speak, but they're not getting it. We have experienced now a shift, even with the parents, because some students bring their parents to be convinced. So we have now acknowledged the slight shift. If you notice, people are also going for vocational. And our strategy as well includes targeting the younger ones and at least talking about it, interesting them. Like I said, the language of business is what? Accounting. So that is in our long-term plan. But especially during COVID, it was quite difficult after COVID to access high schools. Thank you very much. The questions are coming out many.
To add that in the room, we have one of our youngest students of ACCA. She started at 14.
That's the shift.
She is excelling. So we are trying as much as possible. You can sign up for recognition. She was a paper winner for financial reporting, I think in the other sitting, the one before this. So we're trying as much as possible to reach the younger ones, even through the parents. Yeah.
Okay, can we agree on 5 questions very quickly and close with those? Is that agreeable? Or people don't want to go for lunch?
Charlotte, there was also, I think there's some questions that may go to.
Share with us something.
How have I been able to deal with ethics? So, you know, I'm going to say something that is very much linked to our world, yeah? When I was born, in the hospital I was born, there was not enough beds. You know, there's not enough doctors and nurses. The roof on the top was dripping sometimes. The road that took me home had many potholes. You all know about potholes? Yeah? I'm trying to connect you to your reality and my reality. You know, the car that took me to my house was a second-hand car, which is 98% of the cars that we have. Is that correct? You know, electricity was a problem. Now at least we have much more electricity. The school I went to, you know, did not have enough desks, maybe not the right teachers. Maybe what I was studying was a few years old. You know, so there's many things that a different part of the world benefited with that I didn't have. What I was born was with compromise. And ethics in a world where you're born with compromise is very hard. It's very hard. Because everything that we do is being tolerated. I didn't have a voice at home. I couldn't communicate because there is this whole hierarchy. I couldn't communicate in school. My teachers, my principals, they ruled the world. In community, I had community leaders. Many times, as an African, I couldn't communicate what my heart was saying and what my mind was saying. So think about that and think about ethics. Where's the ethics? I was not being treated fairly. Now, I know this is a story we all can resonate with. Is it right? Even today, many of us want to say things we can't say because you're always thinking about what will the other person feel. Is it right? Is it wrong? So it's a very hard job. That is why I love accountancy, because it gives me a framework within which I can operate. Things that I can do, things that I can't do. There's a lot of test cases, including as being a banker, you know, you're actually treating customers fairly, code of conduct, are very critical things that you actually learn. So you have to tune your mind from a compromised mind to a mind that starts understanding what is right and what is wrong. The simple principle for me for ethics is do no harm and do good. I'm constantly looking at my life from a lens of, am I doing any harm and am I constantly doing good? So if I ask myself those two questions, that actually give me a lot of comfort. The other thing I learned about ethics very young, my dad was a banker. And what he taught me once was that everything you do in life, imagine if it was on the front page of the newspaper, would your mom be proud? Not you. Would your mom be proud? And that was my first understanding of ethics. So I think, colleagues, for us, we are in a very compromised world. And it is this profession that gives you the strength. Because I can stand in front of anyone and say, I can't compromise because I'm an accountant. There's a global code that binds me. Thank you.
Hey Sanjay, my name is Fred. I liked the version of the Chief Enabling Officer.
Yes.
It really makes sense, but I wanted to know the sustainability. How are you transforming from the CEO or the quiet, accountant, and to the, I would say, accommodating everybody, maybe basically in the bank? I know you get the whole scenario from the CEO or maybe the Chief Executive Officer to the Chief Enabling Officer, because now here we are looking at ACCA as a profession. But what happens out there? How do we transform? How do we actually relate? Thank you.
Good. So you're talking about the people side of the equation.
Yes.
I think, like I said, that actually I've worked in many different roles, different organizations. As you see, I'm with Standard Chartered for 25 years, but I think I've been in about 20 plus boards, so kind of running different businesses also. Initially, I said I'm a chief enabling officer because I'm in the business of people. So the biggest job I do is to learn what are my people feeling, what are they thinking, are they connected to the strategy. So a lot of sustainability around people is the clarity of information and direction you can give them. If everybody in your world understands what is the strategy, what is expected from them, then we have very bright people. I mean, look at Ugandans, amazing talent we have in this country. You know, and my friend talked about common sense. Is it right? He said, this life of a Ugandan and a Tanzanian has taught us so many great things. And they've also told us what is good direction and direction for growth. We've also all come from historic times when our nations were colonialized. You know, many of us had very difficult past, but we are seeing a much more brighter future. Is it right? You can actually compare yourself with any other person in this world. I don't see myself different. So I think the real story of the Chief Enabling Officer is really how do you take people to see bigger dreams and achieve that. It's not simple. It's a lot of hard work because about strategy, it's about performance management, it's about risk management, it's about every aspect of people management, it's about brand management, stakeholder management, very different areas. But what I do is I translate each area from a lens of people. You know, and that's how it connects to sustainability from a people perspective. Thank you. I know this guy has been putting his hand up for long. His hand is tired now. Yes.
Hi, Sanjay.
Hi.
My name is Nyasha.
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 Yes.
Sawa sawa.
Anyway, just stopping on what was said before, on top of the youngest student we have, I'm also one of those students who didn't go through high school. I just came for ACCA Direct.
Oh, nice. That's recognizing. Now let's do it together. Yes.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
So I was talking from that perspective. I believe most of us here are members of ACCA, students of ACCA. And I'm looking at the point is, from a personal perspective, what would you be looking for as an employer in this kind of crowd of people? Like, what are the personal traits that you want to bring on your board? I'm finishing up my last paper, so I'm getting interested in the job market, so how to become a niche to different employers without just saying, hi, I'm ACCA. And I've noticed it's not enough. There are other personal traits which are needed, and how to execute that. So kindly help.
Good. Very good question, yeah. And you know, the general mindset of recruiters, including maybe a bank, is first thing we'll say is come from which school? You know? I know that in Uganda we say, is this from Gayaza girl or, you know, because the learning is different. So I want to acknowledge well done on sharing how you want to become an ACCA. I was doing a speech in Tanzania last year, and one of my friend's son was sent to Canada. And I was talking about business in East Africa. So he was in the crowd, and he asked some very nice questions to me. He's an economics student. So after my session finished, I called him. I said, you're not supposed to be in school. I thought you were supposed to be in Canada. You know, your father sent you there. What happened? So he said, I actually still study with the same university, but I'm doing virtual learning. I said, you know, how do you do virtual learning? He says, we use digital. He said, everything the teachers used to teach me in the school, I can get that in YouTube. So why do I have to spend money, you know, and learn? Because it was about economics. A lot of good economics, when you look at World Bank sites, IMF, there's a lot of things that are taught on there. What he needed help with was really around professional skills and leadership skills. He said technical skills nowadays you can learn many places. Now, why am I sharing this story is because he was also talking to me like you did, that what is it that you will look at ultimately when I qualify, because I'm qualifying in this model. A lot of what we look at is mindset. Do you have what it takes to take our organization forward? So many of us will ask you, why do you think you are the most capable person for this job? And many people say, because I am an ACCA. Or many people say, because look at my marks, I did very well. Yeah? When I ask you that question, why you think you are the best suited person for this job, you need to talk about how your personal philosophy aligns with the organization's philosophy. You know, why do you believe in Standard Chartered Bank being the best place to work? You know, which means you've done a lot of research, you've connected it with yourself, and you are able to tell me what is the big picture, number one. The second thing we look at is, you know, you can acquire a lot of technical skills, but what you can't acquire is experience. So experience, and you'll say, I'm a new student, how will I have experience? Experience is two types. One, there is work experience. For certain roles, you need some amount of work. But the other one is life experience. You know, maybe leadership in your school. You know, many other things you've done. I know my friend put up her hand and she said, I'm a Rotarian. You know, Rotarians have this thing called four-way test. You know, is it? So they also have some moral values. We look at values. Values are really important. A lot of the questions will be linked to what are your values and why. And have you been tested on that values? Just the way Charity asked me about ethics and said, how do you demonstrate you've been tested on ethics, really? So those kind of things are very crucial. But I can tell you a lot of students just come there thinking today is their day and they're going to get a job. You know, I'm just recruiting a driver and I have 600 applications. If I have a teller's job, just a telling job, it can bring up to 6,000 applications. In our world where we stay, whether it's Tanzania or Uganda, more than 800,000 students finish one education in one form or the other. And we have 30, 40, 50,000 jobs. Imagine what that means. So this passport that you have is a very fit passport for it. You know, so your technical skills, your professional skills, and your leadership skills count. A lot of leadership skills make a big difference because you will embrace the organization much faster. So I hope that helps. Thank you.
Hi, Sanjay.
Hi.
My name is Judith.
Judith.
I work from ACCA and Standard Chartered. I'm going to ask you a question that's a bit about life.
Okay. Let's talk about life.
You being a president and director of different forums, right? How do you manage to balance that off with you being a CEO of Stanchard? How do you, okay, give us those life tips that you manage to balance off life.
Great, great, great. I'll tell you one secret, which I haven't told many people. I have my CFO around. Kelvin is around. He's just gone out. But Elizabeth is there. Elizabeth, why don't you stand up? Elizabeth is our internal auditor. You know? My secret is when you hire the best people in this country, and many who are better than me, it's fortunate I am the CEO, then life becomes easy, is it not? Imagine Elizabeth is here sitting with students, learning what you are learning. What kind of an individual is that? Super dynamic, very intelligent, best that Uganda can have is coming to learn here. I am working with individuals, and I'm so blessed, you know, like Elizabeth. We have 275 Elizabeths in our organization. As a group, we have 90,000 staff in Standard Chartered Bank, or maybe more than 100,000 now. So I have, the second thing is, first hire the best people. The second thing is understand what value your organization has and make the most out of it. Don't reinvent the wheel. So my philosophy is beg, steal, or borrow. I will beg in my life. They are constantly looking out for me. It can be my wife, it can be my kids. So I borrow their brains. I said, maybe I'm talking to students, I don't know how to talk. What should I talk? And my daughter will tell me, you've got to do the hashtag, you've got to do this. Is it right? If you tell them a story of TikTok, they'll be better, give you better attention. So I think I use a few mantras in my life that work, but there is no substitute to having great people in your life. Elizabeth, I salute you. Good.
Hello, Mr. Sanjay. Hello.
Hi.
Good afternoon. Wanted to ask a little bit about the same way organizations usually work with universities at third-year level. Do you have any kind of arrangement, or would you consider an arrangement where in the future you would work with ACCA, for example, for people who are in level 3, to get into your organization? Obviously, like you've said, it won't just be about people coming and saying, today I'm getting a job, but for a way to bring value to your organization. And as you've talked about being an approved employer, so being able to go through the PER easily. So would you be able to consider that kind of thing?
Sure. So, if you want to ask Sanjay and anybody in my bank, would we want to do that? The answer is yes. But there is a practicality around banking nowadays. And the practicality around banking is there are too many regulations. You do something wrong, it either goes in social media, it goes to central bank, goes to Bankers Association. So at the moment there is a big worry about bringing in students who can make mistakes. Because the world around us is very punitive. You know, it is a direct reputation damage. So when we bring a student for, let's say, internship, my first 4 months, all I have to only do is to give you, I said, that is a 3-year commitment. And your first few months are all going to be about learning how not to fail. Because when you fail, the organization fails. So, like I said, intention, yes. Can I do it? Very hard. And also banks like us, we've moved into virtual working now. So at any given point of time, you know, maybe 30-40% of my staff are not working in the office. They're working from home. You know, many come 2 days, many come 3 days. We have flexibility because we work on technology and everything works. So imagine if I bring students and there are no people in the office. You know, becomes complex. So I think we just want to make sure that understanding our own complexities, it is better not to do that. But we spend time with students. What we do is we do in external opportunities like that. We train students. Then they can go and work with our SMEs. So we put quite a lot of money on that. You can check it out. We have a Future Makers program, you know, that actually deals with different business people. So there are different opportunities we create just because we still are very passionate about it. Thank you.
Hi, Sanjay.
Hi.
My name is Fahad. I wanted to incorporate a question that you,
yes.
From your first gesture, you said you deal in government financing?
Yes.
Yes. My question is, as an ACCA student,
yes,
we have faced a challenge that when you see our block around the East African community, we have several governments that are still in dire need of funding and project financing.
Correct.
That is to say, let me say, but we don't have the collateral to maybe source for the financing or climate concessions for that. But when you look at our neighbors that have joined the bloc, the DRC Congo and Somalia, they have a lot. And as well, we have discovered we have oil on our side. So when it comes to ACCA, we see a gap on my side, which I've noticed that we don't have that kind of, let me say, module that handles such financing. And you, as who has said, Standard Chartered has been in the game for almost 100 years, and we haven't had anyone chip us a tip to this is what you're supposed to be doing in such a line, how would you guide us, sir? Thank
True.
you.
I'm sure you understood from what I've spoken. I'm very passionate about this continent. So, I have the privilege of, the organization and of course the profession and many other boards. So I am not quiet. I think about what you have said every single day. And I'm so happy you asked that question. So currently in Africa, just to make sure that we have, the commitment we've done to Vision 2063, you should all look at Africa Vision 2063. Please study it because it's about you and me. You should also look at Africa 2050. You should look at the Africa Free Trade Agreement, which is a huge opportunity that we have. All this, now we have climate. We all have national determined contributions. If you don't understand that language, please look at it. It's going to become normal philosophy in life. We have and sustainable development goals, which we have to achieve by 2030. The demand of money for the next decade is $2.1 trillion across the continent, including in Uganda, of course. Now, we don't have the collateral. The best way to move forward, and I was talking to another at the PAFA conference, Pan-Africa Federation of Accountants, 2 weeks ago. I said the one thing we need to do ourselves as a favor is we should not delay making sure we have the right policies and the right frameworks. This world has no shortage of money. This world has no shortage of money. Our shortfall is we are always delayed in having the right frameworks, policies, and the other things that are required. So for example, climate change in Uganda, or take any other country in Africa, most of us are delayed in having our carbon policies, sustainable finance policies. If you don't have the policies, where is the money going to come? So we've got to become much more smarter, including the accountancy professional bodies. We need to push this. 54 countries in Africa, we've got to make sure that we are having a scorecard of who does first. And the other problem we have is everybody wants to create their own. So I'd rather say, like I said, beg, steal, borrow. If the Kenya policy is good, what's wrong? Just change few names, Uganda, 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 implement. But now we have a whole government that wants to look at 64 people will look at it. It's going to be a 3-year journey. Maybe we should say if it's climate policy, this country does it. If it's a trade policy, this country does it. If it's a digital policy, this country does it. And we'll all adopt it. Because there's nothing much that is going to change. The other thing we need to do in our continent is we need to hunt for progress rather than perfection. Everybody is demanding, let's get perfect, then we will do it. Let's get perfect and we'll do it. What is perfect? The world is changing by the day. What can be perfect today can be very imperfect tomorrow. So I think the battle we have within ourselves is big. I think we should demand faster attention to policy frameworks because there is money. The way to raise money when you don't have collaterals is to project what is the future value of what you want to do and then put that as a collateral. So for example, you can create a bus stand here and every bus that comes in pays 200 shillings at future value. So there are opportunities of bringing in finance. We just have to be smarter. But thank you for thinking about it. And please write more about it, shout more about it, because we need more voices. Thanks. Are we done? 5 questions are done. Okay. Good. Listen, guys, it was an absolute pleasure to talk to you. Absolute pleasure. There is no deficit of talent in this country. I have found this country to be amongst one of the best countries I have had in terms of talent. Our deficit is our ambition. Our deficit is our mindset. We all want to stop somewhere. Yeah? As it is the Valentine's Day today. That's why I was told I need to wear red in my office a little bit. Even though I love red, you know, my team is You Will Never Walk Alone. Great. And Standard Chartered Bank sponsors Liverpool. You all know that, yeah? So I'm very privileged. I just want to say, please love yourself by optimizing on yourself. I love you all. Thank you.
Kindly stay here for that hand clap in form of a bag.
Yeah. I need to do a treat today, yeah?
I knew I'd actually asked Jackie to take a picture on you almost in the middle or a quarter way so that they have the background. You know?
Let's say hello. Thank you. This will go to my LinkedIn. Thank you.
You now know why he was our keynote speaker for the Global Passport. You can tell people are not in a hurry to leave Sanjay. But why should I even say more? This is their hand clap in form of something really small.
Thank you.
You can give it to Elizabeth.
I'm sure.
Because she seemed to have been there with you throughout.
Elizabeth, come here. I give it to you now.
Oh dear.
Why delay?
Why delay?
Yeah.
Would like to appreciate Sanjay because he loves inspiring young people and he's such an ACCA advocate from the least to the highest levels of advocacy. So gratitude is, thank you is not enough to demonstrate our gratitude. Happy Valentine's gift. We did this intentionally. We would like to invite you for lunch, Sanjay and Elizabeth, but we know you might want to leave.
Yes.
So I'll leave you to Dorothy and say good afternoon.
Very good afternoon. Stay blessed, everybody.
Anytime. Anytime. And I stepped out briefly. Did questions come through for Mr. Aguma? However, I encourage you to write an email if you have a question that you feel was not really answered, whether for Sanjay or Aguma, all the previous speakers, and I guarantee those questions will be responded to and sent back to you. Now, we're given 2:20 to have our lunch, and I have a request. We have a young lady in the house, Persis. I'd like to invite you to speak for only 5 minutes. I will stop you if you go over, because she was our best affiliate, and we are just letting the dining be ready for us, because, we had to switch numbers a bit. So at 2:20, we expected to be there, but with your 5 minutes, we'll be ready for lunch. Thank you so much for sitting in, and I hope you're getting value for your day. Persis. She's the newest kid on the block. That's why we are profiling her. Over to you.
Hi, hello everyone. I hope we are all okay. Persis Brenda Muchala, just completed my ACCA. Yes, I've just been a student like all you guys, and glory to God, I was one of the best affiliates in Uganda. Now, I was called to share just a few tips about how I managed to get here, but I'm going to try and summarize this in 5 minutes. Now, I'm just so glad that you're all here. I just want to emphasize that I wanted accounting my entire life, but I think as you all read on my profile, I didn't get Bachelor of Commerce at government, which broke my heart. Forced to do Bachelor of Statistics because I got it on government, but my dad promised that if you finish this government course, I promise I will pay for you ACCA. Like Jacqueline said, some of the students are actually the ambassadors of ACCA to their parents. So I had heard about it in Form 5 or Form 6. One of our friends' parents, he was a teacher at MAT. He was teaching law. He's the one who came and told us about it, but I didn't really understand it then. But when I joined campus, I had a friend. She was doing Bachelor of Commerce together with ACCA. I'm like, what? How? Like she was living my dream. she was living my dream. But after campus, I knew I had to do ACCA. There was no other way. I did not want to do statistics. I needed to find a way into accountancy. And I ambassador. I pressed my dad to get me into ACCA till I reached. And I'm so glad, and I can't say there is anything better than ACCA. All the people who have been talking have been saying, once you have that other letter on your name, which I am waiting to get so bad, your profile just keeps changing. And I believe that's it. Because even before I completed like the third level, second level, you would already feel like when you talk to people and you're like, I'm an ACCA student, you're probably two. Those who don't work in accounting firms, at most you'll be like two people in the organization who have done it. Or one, and you're probably the only one who knows about it. So I'm so glad this happened to me now. The tips for success, for me, what really worked for me. As everyone, the tutor talked about most of them, but we all study. Some are lucky that they can afford to get into class. If you're that blessed that you can afford to get into class, please use it. You have so much material there. They give you revision courses. They spoon feed. Class is what you can get. But me, I think I was living in Ginger. So I started at MAT. Anyway, this is also how badly I wanted this. I started at MAT level 1. I would travel from Ginger some days daily just to attend class. Just to attend and go back. When I would tell my friends that, they would be like, that's insane. I would not even feel stressed or tired. There is nothing I loved more than being inside that class and learning accountancy. I felt like I was the luckiest girl in the world. I mean, anyway, so, but COVID-19 kicked in. We could not travel across like that. I think it was performance management. I had heard about it. People had talked about it all over the internet. It's the hardest. It can't be done. It's this. I said, let me try. Let me try to study alone this subject, and I see how bad can it get? How bad can it get? I studied, self-study. It was the first paper for level 2. I did PM, and I passed it. Not with many marks, but I passed. I passed. I'm like, this is doable. This is doable. So in 2020, 2021, it was a crazy time. But I self-studied through ACCA, levels 2 and 3, and I managed to complete, thank God. But I think all through that, the main tip, commitment. Commitment. I just believe that if you're in this room, you actually want it. You want it, and it's achievable. People have done it. I have done it. It is achievable. It is really achievable. Discipline, discipline. I know most of us are busy. Most of us have work. Most of us have schedules. You feel like you can't be able to get time to study. You can't get time to revise. You can. Make a schedule if you can. Make a schedule. Plan around all the things you have. Maybe you have children. You need to pick them from school. You have a family. You have other commitments. Maybe other jobs. You can plan around that. Get 2 or 3 hours. Study. Sit down and study. Isolate and study. Yes. And then for the believers, this journey needs God. It can really get hard. It is really going to get hard if it has not gotten hard. And sometimes, I think mid-level there, like after the third paper in level 2, there towards audit. And yeah, towards audit, FM, it's going to get hard, and you're going to feel like, is this really, can't I just stop here? If you're here, really, you would want to complete. You would want to know what it feels like to complete. So push, don't stop. Push till you finish this ACCA education, and it just gets better from there. Then the study resources are available. Those were actually my guardian angels, especially if you have to self-study. The ACCA, you can go on the ACCA Global site under students. Yes, yeah, there's a study hub. And also, yes, the study hub has so much. It has exams. It's like another book, but it also has revision questions. It has quizzes. And another development I saw from the study hub when I was reading my last paper, AFM, they have a forum where you can actually talk to other students. Like if something is hard, you can communicate, discuss generally as you're reading on your own. And people actually answer. Other students actually talk to you. So the study hub is enormous. The technical articles, something I learned from all these ACCA events I used to attend, the technical articles are actually written by expert tutors. ACCA specifically requests them to write them on topics that they think students have to know, like it's a basic, or something that is so hard that needs to be explained to students. So those technical articles really put whatever you're studying into perspective. So, and there are even audios, there are podcasts. If you think you have no time, they are really not long. It's a 1 or 2 minute read. The podcasts, 1 or 2 minutes, they are never longer than that. But they make things so easily. You can be on the go and just listen to those. So just rely on those study support resources. Do not give up. This journey is doable. It's doable, it is fun. Before you're even done, I promise you will start to see returns on investment. I promise. I promise. I know some of you are here paying for it from your pockets and you feel the whole. Some have gotten lucky that you're just being paid for, but if you're paying it for yourself, for your parents, you can feel the pain in the pocket whenever you pick out for a paper or subscription. But it's going to come back. I promise it's going to come back. So I wish everyone in this room good luck. Do not give up. Please push yourselves. Do these exams. You just need a 50%. So hold on, and I wish you good luck. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Persis. Persis was pressured to do it within 5 minutes, and she didn't mention while she was still a student. Was it level 2 or level 1? Level 2. We actually tagged her to one of those employers that really accommodates interns. And from there, that's where you got your current opportunity. So do not shy away from engaging us. When we have such requests, we can post these CVs. It might not be a place you like in the beginning. Please be bold and tell us. And we keep posting until you land on something that is palatable to your taste and your like. But another hand clap for Persis. Yeah, her story is quite impressive because a good number of her papers were really self-study given the distance she had to travel. And I've gotten a couple of questions. I really request that we go for lunch. We'll start with these questions, the ones that are really ACCA related. And I'm calling on you, do not miss the last 2 sessions that we are coming for. Mental health in a different perspective. Martin Bakundana has first-hand, experience. He's also creating a lot of impact in communities, especially not high schools, universities, where he has clubs that are addressing this issue. You need it. You might be an advocate for it as well, in one way or the other, and create impact. Are we ready for lunch? It's like almost in church when they say, are you ready to give? So let us agree that we are ready and use both exits. If you have a coupon, kindly go downstairs. At the pool side? Exactly, just via the pool side. And if you can, have your 2 courses in the least time possible so that we are back by 3. We shall start at 3 and complete by 4, latest 4:30. Would like to release you to have your evening programs. Those who do not have coupons, kindly hang in. Jackie is trying to complete her back-end work. Thank you so much and good afternoon. Not do the audit paper the other side. And if you did a BCom from a recognized Ugandan university, or a recognized BCom, you'll not do the law paper. So that literally leaves you with tax and public sector. The one I think that you cannot be exempted from is the tax, Ugandan tax, and the public sector paper. So most likely people will have 3 papers to do, those that do advanced audit, or 3 papers, those who have the BCom from a Ugandan recognized degree program. Can I easily do strategic papers by self-study? Yes and no. Yes and no. Depending on who it is that is asking this question. Some of us are wired to attend class and learn with others and listen to a tutor and be guided. While others, we've just been speaking to someone who said all she had to do was read, go and get her 50%, and that is it. So I would advise you to attend class, but we also acknowledge that at times affordability becomes a challenge because those papers are quite expensive, plus tuition and all that. So people look for ways of cutting corners or, reducing the cost of that experience. However, I'd also like to add, ACCA has invested in Study Hub Plus, which is an online teaching option where I think we've started with 2 papers in the December sitting. So we are testing the waters to see whether people actually will pass when we engage them via the Study Hub Plus. And the good thing is the fees are quite affordable. It is a highly discounted fee, that I know. And I will still encourage you to utilize our learning providers, approved learning providers, Matt, Abacus. We have Basewood. We have, Basewood is the one in Bukoto. Yes. It also goes by the name of Datamine. We have Ujuzingo. It's a new one, and they will be doing online, as well as Statutors. Statutors is a group of members who used to be paper winners while they were still on their student journey. They put their brains together and they are running tuition for students virtually. I've forgotten the 5th one. I'll remember. How best can I pass papers first time? I'll not answer that. Let's talk. Let's speak one-on-one, and then shed more light on the ethics module. The ethics module is available when you're at level 2. We advise you, if you're a continuing student, to do it before you attempt level 3 papers, because the way we've structured the professional ethics module is to support you with the SBL, Strategic Business Leader paper, because it has professional skills, and now we examine professional skills in the Strategic Business Leader. So it's important that you don't ignore the ethics module like something I'll come back to, because either way, when you're done with your journey, you still need to come back and complete the ethics module for you to be recognized. So ethics is equally important, like the 3 years experience or 36 months of experience and the exams. So those 3 E's have the same level of importance. Shed more light on the ethics module. We can also take this out of this discussion because it's available in detail in terms of the modules. What is very critical about it is what is there is you'll find it in the professional papers as behaviors. With that, I think I've answered all your questions, and thank you very much for having asked ACCA direct questions, because we skipped the ACCA part, noticing that time was not on our side. The next session is already projected, mental health and young professionals today. And briefly, to paint a picture of who Martin is, he might share more about himself, but he's the founder and team leader, or you could call it executive director at LEM Mindfulness Limited, a social entrepreneur by passion and a chartered accountant by training. Martin is an ACCA advocate because he also served on the Members Network panel a couple of years ago, and he holds a master's degree from the University of Mysore, India, or Mysore, a Bachelor of Commerce Accounting from Makerere University, and an honorary PhD in Strategic Management and Accounting from the British American University. He's currently finishing a PhD in Finance at the Laro University, Australia. So Martin, his mantra is creating hope in the world, one individual at a time. There are quite a couple of things. He has successfully run marathons, the London Full Marathon, the New York RR Half Marathon, the Lee Valley, and it goes on and on. In Kampala, he has engaged in the Rotary Cancer Runs and various virtual marathons. How do you do a virtual marathon, Matthew? Okay. Since it's Valentine, I'll add this last one. He's married to Amelia. And together they have 4 sons. Martin, welcome to the podium. Happy to have you. And let's agree together to give him how many minutes? 30? 30 guys? 30, 40. Okay. 40 including questions.
Well, I will try and do it as quickly as possible. I can't promise I will do it in 30, but I will try my best. Since it's Valentine's Day, allow me to first say Happy Valentine's Day to everyone. And if you have no Valentine's today, you can say Happy Valentine's Day to yourself. Right? And I will tell you why. Thank you, Charlotte, for that elaborate introduction. And therefore, I will not add any single word on that, apart from saying that I am a proud ACCA member. And I've been an ACCA member since 2011. I think some of you are still in kindergarten then. Right? Now, ACCA has been elaborately explained. The technical stuff, sometimes I call it the boring stuff, have been done. Not so. Now it is time to switch or flip the coin and talk about the interesting what? The interesting stuff. Now, I'm just going to ask a very stupid question. And allow me to ask that very stupid what? Stupid question. How many of us here know and believe? By show of hands. Some are obviously absent-minded and so they haven't answered. Not so. Which confirms some of the things I'm going to say to you. Now, mental health is an area that is fairly new. And you might be wondering, why is this ACCA guy talking about mental health? You might be even wondering whether I'm in the right audience. But I'm going to tell you for a fact that I'm in the right audience. Sanjay and Mpairu, the ones I listened to, did talk about how exciting it is to be an ACCA. They did talk about how to successfully navigate the ACCA journey. What they didn't tell you is how to deal with the challenges of being an ACCA. Some of those challenges might include, for some of you who are aspiring to work, let's say, for the big 4 audit firms, might include working for 24 hours out of 24. It might include working for 20 hours out of 24 hours. It might include working for 26 hours out of 24. Now, I hope some of you are already preparing yourselves for that. Meaning that, and some of you put it on your CVs, I work well under what? Pressure. Not so. So when you say you work well under pressure, you must demonstrate it, right? And we have employers here. When they are on the other side, you tell them what you want them to hear. Not so. I work well under what? Pressure. And they pile that pressure on you. And the first thing that happens is you crumble. Not so. You crumble under what? Under pressure. So I'm here to tell you that if you have an interview scheduled, don't make that commitment. That I work well under what? Pressure. Unless you're sure that you can work well under what? Under pressure. So therefore, in the next few minutes, I'm going to take you through a bit of what mental health has to do with your professional journey. I would have loved to share my own experience, but the time is not enough. So I'm just going to scan through some of the stuff and show you the connection. I hope I know how to use this thing. Okay. Now, just look at that slide. I hope you can read some of the things that are there. 21st century learning skills. And they are categorized into three. The obvious stuff, foundational knowledge. The things that they are talking about in the morning. Budgeting, right? Management, accounting, financial reporting. That is technical stuff. You must know. ICT, they are talking about using spreadsheets and things like that. That is what you go to math to study. To become technically competent. Not so. Then there are these two other sides, which is the value, and that is things like ethics, which they also talked about, emotional intelligence, things like cultural competencies. How do you work with a Japanese? How do you work with a Chinese? How do you work with a Mchiga? For those of you who are in this room. When I say how do you work with a Mchiga, maybe you can look at Charlotte and you'll probably tell. And then there is the last bit, the green one, and that is extremely important. Creativity and innovation. Problem solving and critical thinking. Communication and collaboration. How many of you in this room have learned the last four I've talked about? Communication and collaboration. Critical thinking, problem solving, innovation. How many of you have studied those in a particular course and can confidently say, I'm exceptionally good at this? How many? By show of hands. No one. Yes. If you can confidently say that I am good at those, then I will give a big vote of thanks to your dad or your mom who have taken you through the right education. When Mpiro was discussing his journey, he mentioned that his journey started at nursery. Not so. That is not a lie. I can tell you that for me, I skipped nursery. Not because I was brilliant, but because it wasn't there. Right? I reached somewhere, and I realized I needed to have gone through what? Nursery. There are some words, for example, I can't effectively pronounce. Because I did not what? Go through nursery. And some of you will soon experience what I'm talking about. Right? And I hope you're mentally prepared for when that actually happens. Because when it does, you might be shocked. Now, why am I emphasizing that? It is easy to get the knowledge stuff. Get your book, read, and get maybe 98% in taxation. Not so. Or get 92% in financial reporting. Or get 86% in audit and what? Assurance. But no one is going to prepare you to deal with a boss who is a Mchiga. Right? No one is going to do what? To prepare you. And those are the small issues that matter to these employers you see today. Why? Because it is easy to train someone to do a management report. It's easy. Because they are templates. Not so. They are templates. But there is no template that is going to tell you how to deal with a difficult boss. There is no template that will tell you how to deal with working every day up to 11 p.m. Right? And so those are the things that you need to understand. Now, that brings me to the next most important question. What is mental health? I asked a very stupid question at the beginning, that how many of you have a brain? And I believe if all of you had listened to that question, all of you would have responded. Not so. However stupid the question is. That means, therefore, that all of us in this room potentially are candidates of having a mental health disorder. All of us in this what? In this room. If you think you're not among those ones, then you're actually the first candidate. And so, one of the things that I want you to understand, even if that's the only thing I say, is that all of us are candidates of a mental health what? Disorder. The difference is, and this has always been said, only that we didn't really pay attention to it. The difference is the degree. Not so. The difference is what? Is the degree. And if we had time, I would demonstrate it. But we don't have time. So therefore, mental health is a very, very important area, especially for this profession. Why? Because of the kind of work that we do. Some of you who are already working probably spend countless hours seated on your machine, on your PC, interacting with nothing but numbers. Not so. And interacting with as few humans as what? As possible. If you do that for the next 2 years, what do you think will happen to your relationship skills? What do you think will happen to your interaction skills? Right? So what is mental health? Again, I will skip the boring stuff. But I'll just say one thing. That mental health is simply the ability to go through life and the challenges that life throws at you without losing your mind. Without what? Losing your mind. And we go through a lot of stuff. A lot of what? A lot of stuff. Today is Valentine's Day. Some of you came in the morning thinking that there is a message that is supposed to drop into your inbox. Not so. And every time you're checking on your phone, there is no what? There's no message. By the time you leave this place, you might have turned green. By the time you reach home, you might have turned red. Right? And that is a recipe for mental health what? Mental health challenges. Some of you, after today, might not be the same again. So, mental health focuses on 3 things largely. Your emotional, your psychological, and your social well-being. And these are the important skills that we talked about at the beginning of this session. Now, therefore, having a good mental health does not necessarily mean that you're not in Butabika. Or having bad or poor mental health does not mean you are not in Butabika. Some of you are here in this room, but if we did an assessment, we'd probably put you on the fast track to Butabika. So briefly, what are some of the mental health disorders that are common? And I will not dwell so much on them. There are largely 2 categories. We have what we call anxiety-related disorders, and we have what we call mood-related disorders. Now, anxiety-related disorders include things like GAD, generalized anxiety disorder, panic disorders, phobias, OCD, and PTSD. Some of you, when you apply for a job, you're excited. You get that message in your inbox that you've been invited for an interview. And you get started with preparing. But the moment you step in the interview room, You don't know where the sweat comes from, but you start sweating. Not so. Has anyone gone through that experience? You start sweating, and you wonder. No one has poured water on you, but all of a sudden you are sweating. You should ask yourself, what is the cause of that? Part of that is anxiety related. Okay? The second one, I mentioned mood disorders, and this is largely depression in different categories. There is what we call major depression. There is also what we call bipolar disorder, which is another form of depression. And then there is what we call seasonal affective disorder. Some of you have traveled. You've heard of what they call winter depression, meaning that you're excited about traveling to Europe, and you land there and it is winter. You can't get out of your house for some time, and all of a sudden you start feeling low. You start feeling agitated. You start losing interest in the things you always enjoy. That is seasonal affective disorder or winter depression. And so, we will run quickly through that. Generalized anxiety disorder is the most common form of anxiety disorders, and many of you could have gone through it and you didn't know. Depression, on the other hand, usually comes from a number of experiences. One could be having to deal with a difficult boss. And every morning before you leave home, you ask yourself, how do I face this boss? Again, and again, and again, and again. Right? You start hating your job. And slowly by slowly, you start hating yourself. Why? Because you blame yourself for not being strong enough. Not so. You blame yourself for not being able to deal with it. You blame yourself for not being able to fight harder. And you'll hear people telling you that why don't you try harder? Right? You've heard those comments. Try what? Try harder. And sometimes trying harder sinks you deeper into these experiences. Now, briefly, depression can be caused by what I've just discussed, but it can also be caused by genetic factors. You could be born in a family that has a history of depression. And when you have that, please seek treatment, because you can't wish it away. It's already part of what? Part of you. Seek what? Seek treatment. Now, allow me to, I don't know whether you can read the numbers there, but I've just picked a report that was done last year among young people. And this report is quite interesting. It mentions that suicide rates among young people is on the rise. And that is not surprising. Not so. We've had screaming headlines. Last year, we had one where they said, out of 10 people, about 3 or 3.5 are dealing with a mental health what? Disorder. Which therefore means that if you're 10 on that table, turn to your neighbor. Maybe your neighbor could be, yeah. Or maybe turn to yourself. You could be, not so. So out of these 3, maybe one of them, right? Those are statistics. Globally, we lose about 800,000 people to suicide. Globally. 800,000 people take their own what? Take their own lives. In Uganda, if you have been keen in the news, you hear about people committing suicide every other what? Every other day. And I mentioned, today is Valentine's Day. Before today ends. Before today what? I am not a prophet of doom, but it might what? It might feature in the news. Now, what I wanted to highlight there is that the red side is for ladies, the blue side is for men. Most ladies are prone to having suicidal thoughts. But ladies are better at managing their emotions. So they don't actually go ahead and commit what? Commit suicide. It's the guys. The guys don't talk, right? And they only talk through what? Action. So the ladies are more prone to suicidal thoughts, but the men are more prone to committing suicide, meaning completing the action itself. You understand? So when you look at the statistics, about 8.5% of the ladies actually commit suicide, but about 26% of the male, on the other hand, commit what? Suicide. 8 versus 26. So the chances that the guy seated on your left or right will be no more is about 28 what? 28%. Please love these guys. Please what? Love these guys. Let me move on to something that you probably will relate with more closely. And Charlotte, please alert me if I am spending more time. There are particular aspects that you will need to understand. And I talked about it at the beginning. These are the challenges that you're going to be dealing with in your workplace. These are the challenges that you are dealing with as an ACCA student. These are the challenges that you're dealing with as a potential ACCA student. I know there are some who are not yet ACCA students, but they are potential students. Now, I think it is Imperial who put up a slide on the pass rates. Not so. And some of those papers, the pass rates, were not so interesting. Not so. Now, for me, I didn't get a chance to talk about my journey. But I'm one of those who can proudly say that I didn't fail a single paper at all. So I somehow managed. I don't know how, but somehow. Right? And that can have a fundamental effect. Even the advanced taxation, which was hell. I remember when we did advanced taxation, we were only 2. And I think I got 53. And my colleague got 48. And he has never attempted that paper again. He gave up. And with my 53, I don't know how I got the 53, to be honest. But I got it. Now, the torture you go through to pass some of these papers sometimes can be pretty dangerous. And so, I will make an appeal to you. I will make an appeal to you that if you attempt a paper and you don't make it, it's not the end of the what? It's not the end of the world. Some of your colleagues will pass, and the first thing they will do in the morning, you know when they release those results, the first thing they will do is call you. Eh? Have you seen the results? You will say, no, I haven't what? But you will have seen them, not so? You'll have what? You'll have seen them. Please learn how to deal with disappointment. You understand? It's the only way you're going to survive in this world, because there are many, many disappointments you'll get, including the ones you're going to get today. So there are about 5 issues. One is dealing with academic stress and work pressure, which I've just been talking about. Dealing with academic stress and work pressure. Number 2 is work-life balance. Number 3 is dealing with social media use or misuse, managing time, and managing your emotions. Now, allow me to just quickly go through them. Academic stress and work pressure. About 3 years ago, I woke up in the morning, went to my LinkedIn, and I saw a message. The message was from a Makerere University graduate student with a first class, and the message, when you went through it, it was talking about, I graduated in January, it is now May, I have no what? No job. You know, first class students, they have some expectations, right? Which are not normal what? Expectations. So the young lady expected to get a job immediately, not so. 5 months later, she had no job. The father started calling, asking for school fees for the younger sister. You understand? And in the message she was saying, even my dad, who should understand that I have no job, is asking for what? And that young lady at the moment is doing her PhD. But many don't get that chance. The difference is she reached out on social media. And I personally reached out to her and I spoke to her. And many other individuals and organizations spoke to her. Red Cross gave her a job. Makerere University Institute of Social Research gave her a scholarship. She had just finished her bachelor's. She got a scholarship to do her master's and her PhD at the same time. Right now, when you talk to her, she's a totally different person. Right? So, dealing with academic stress can be daunting. But you don't have to die in what? In silence. My message on that one is speak up. When you're dealing with whatever it is you're dealing with, speak up. Find someone to confide in. Even if that person is your parent or your friend or your colleague. Please speak up. You can save your life or you can save another person's life. So, the other issue I wanted to talk about here is work-related stress. I've been teaching in Makerere for the last 14 years. So I've seen some students of mine who graduate and they get very, very beautiful jobs in these beautiful companies. And in the next 1 year, they are calling you and telling you, sir, I need your advice. I have been leaving office every day at 11:30. I have no time for myself. I'm still young. I can't go out. I can't date. I can't do this. And that is true. Some of you who leave the university when you have boyfriends and girlfriends, you can't see them anymore. And they start suspecting that you are not so. That's the reality. So how do you deal with it? How do you deal with it? Right? So that's the reality you're going to be dealing with. And there are many other examples I could have given. The comparison syndrome. Right? Your colleague got a job in Bank of Uganda and she's earning 5 million. You got a job in XYZ audit firm and you're getting 300,000. Not so. Comparison what? Syndrome. And maybe you even had a first class and that colleague had an almost pass, maybe. And they got a job in Bank of what? Bank of Uganda. And you got a job where? XYZ. And you're leaving at 11 p.m. Even with that 300 what? 1,000. How do you deal with that? Number 2, work-life balance. Now, work-life balance is a delicate subject, but it's one that all of us need to understand. There are essentially 4 things you need to think about work-life balance. And that is work itself, yourself, your family, and your friends. Of those 4 that I've talked about, which one is number 1 for you? Self. Which one is number 2? Family. Which one is number 3? Work. Number 4? Wow. I guess many of you would say that. Mine would be a little different. Work comes last. Work comes what? Comes last. I will tell you, these employers here, the day you drop dead like this is the day they place in another what? Advert. Not so. That's the day they place in what? Another advert to replace you. And so, if you think that you will work so hard to please these people here, think what? Think again. The friends that you're putting last are the ones that will bail you out when you are struggling. You understand? And I will mention one thing on this slide and I move on. There is a book called the Top 5 Regrets of the Dying. If you can get it, please read it. There are only 2 things that I wanted to highlight on that. The top 5 regrets. Number 1 is I wish I hadn't worked so hard. I wish I hadn't what? The second is I wish I had stayed in touch with my friends. I have not talked about the other 3. But none of those 5 talks about money. I wish I had made more what? Money. Or I wish I had worked harder. Not so. Why? Because when you're dying, you don't think about money. You think about life, love, relationships. Those are the things that matter the what? The most. The problem with many of you in this room is that money is number what? Number 1. And some of you have your relationships that are based pure on what? On money. Which guy can take me to chicken? Chicken what? Tonight, not so? Or KFC. If today you have a Valentine's date and you tell her to meet you at your room in Chikumi, trust me, you'll come back in the evening and we'll have what? We'll have a chat. And therefore, it's important to prioritize your what? Yourself. As you think about work-life balance, prioritize yourself. The work will be done. And I've told you, the day you drop dead, you will be immediately replaced. And not to be a bit insensitive, but you all know that we've not had a central bank governor for almost 2 years. Substantively, has the economy collapsed? Do you guys miss him? Do you miss him? Me, I do, right? But what can I do about it? Not so. And that's a classic example that as you move on, the rest of the world also does what? Moves on. So make the best of your life today. Number 4 is social media. And again, I can see most of you on what? On your phones. I can predict with a bit of certainty that most of you are on what? Social media. Not so. It's only Mpiru, I think, who said is still on Katochi. Right? But there are very few who have refused to move on. Now, I just want to highlight there is a study that was done last year in the US. And it just highlights the importance of understanding social media in today's context. 98% of the employees use social media for personal purposes. 98 what? Percent. Meaning almost everyone in this what? In this room. 77% of the employees use social media at work. Meaning that you're in a meeting with your boss, and these days there are Zoom meetings, not so. Chances that all of you are on social media in those meetings are close to 100 what? Percent. How does that affect your concentration? How does it affect your productivity? 45% of the companies do not have a social media policy that applies to their employees. What does it mean? 73% of the companies use social media sites for recruitment purposes. How many of you actually use social media for the right reasons? How many of you have updated LinkedIn accounts? How many? Updated LinkedIn what? Accounts. I can tell you these employers now, they use LinkedIn to review your what? Your CVs. If you're this person who posts things that I don't want to talk about here, trust me, these guys will filter you what? Filter you out. The way you use your social media now will determine a lot. Even when you're already there and you're up for promotion, you might have posted something about 15 years ago, and that will show up. Not so. It will what? It will show up. And that will be the end of what? The end of you. So let's use social media responsibly. From an economic perspective, about 650 billion is lost in productivity in the US alone. 650 what? Billion US dollars. In lost what? Productivity. Now, I don't know if you convert that to Uganda shillings, how much that one is. And many of you don't mind when you're on social what? Social media. Some of you spend time on YouTube. On what? On YouTube. During working hours. You're on TikTok. Right? You're on what? TikTok. Scrolling through and smiling alone. Some of you go there for validation. Not so. I posted my new dress. How many likes have I got? Not so. I posted my Valentine gift. How many likes have I what? And some of you now these days you buy yourselves those what? Those gifts. And you post them to your what? To yourselves. And when you receive them, you do that TikTok video. My boo has delivered. Not so. My boo has what? Has delivered. But what are you trying to do? So when Angela, your friend, reads your post, she feels bad because her boo didn't do what? Didn't deliver. But what have you done to her? It's lies, not so. It is what? Lies. But what does that do to your productivity? What does that do to your confidence? What does that do to your self-esteem? And then the next is about 2.5 hours are spent each day on social media. And then the last one is that as of last year, around 60% of the employers reported monitoring social media accounts at work, which of course is a regulatory finding. Now, therefore, I am not saying social media is bad. Actually, I'm saying social media is what? It's good. But the responsible use of social media is what will propel you forward. LinkedIn, for example, has very many educational programs. You can go there and upskill yourself by doing free what? Free courses. And you will stand out. But if you go there to only post things I don't want to talk about here, then that is what you're going to reap. Lastly, I will talk about time. Maybe not lastly, second last. Many of us work from 8 to 5. Not so. At least that's what our contracts say. That you are expected at office at 8 and you work up to what? Up to 5. But then effectively, you have to be out of home by 5 a.m. Not so. And then you have to work up to 11 sometimes. So how many hours are those? At a minimum 18 what? 18 hours. So what does that mean? How do you maximize your time productivity? We all have 24 hours, not so. And as Sanjay was talking about, Sanjay from StanChat, How many of you are feeling like we want to be like him? I am Sanjay from Stanchart. I'm seeing some hands and very, very energetic hands. Sanjay from Stanchart. I also want to say, I am myself. Not so. I am what? I am myself. I am actually a self-made CEO. I'm a self-made what? CEO. So you can also congratulate me. Why have I brought that around time? Many of you don't know that the time you do between, the things you do between 5 p.m. and 8 a.m. are the things that will take you forward. Right? The things you do between 5 p.m. and 8 a.m. What do you do? When you leave work, you go on TikTok. Not so. When you leave work, you go on WhatsApp and Facebook. Until next what? Next morning. Trust me, you're not going to get to where Sanjay is by being on what? On TikTok. You have to invest your time productively. You have to invest your time so that you maximize output. Okay? And so, in order for you to make it, please work on making meaningful what? Connections. How many of you, for example, have got contacts from these beautiful ladies here? How many of you? By show of hands, how many? I see one, the youngest ACCA in the room. Only two. Do you think it is easier to access them? Do you? So why don't you use the opportunity? How many of you went and had a chat with Sanjay? I saw a couple. Not so. That is how you maximize your what? Your time. You don't just come here and you want to study about ACCA. And the people who have done it and they have been there for 20 years, you don't want to interact with them. Not so. That is how you stand out of the what? Of the crowd. Because the next day you go to Stanchart for an interview and Sanjay is in the room and you remind him that you are the one who motivated me at Africana. He will give you special what? Consideration. Not so. But the moment you don't put up your hand, you don't stand out from the crowd, you remain just like any other what? Any other person. If that's what you want, I am happy to give you a consultation afterwards. Lastly, emotional intelligence. Most of us know emotional intelligence, heard about it. But how many of us know that emotional intelligence now is more important than the so-called intelligence quotient, IQ? Let's celebrate the 98%. Not so. It's good. It's great. But doesn't take you where you want to be. Not so. Those excellent marks will take you up to the interview panel. Right? Whether you pass that interview will largely depend on your emotional what? Emotional intelligence. Even when you pass that interview, let's say by good luck you pass the interview, getting a promotion will depend on your emotional intelligence. There is also what we call emotional resilience. How do you deal with that stress at work without breaking down? How do you deal with those difficult tasks without giving up? That is emotional what? Resilience. Okay? So that takes a lot of self-awareness. It takes a lot of self-regulation. It takes a lot of motivation, empathy, and social skills. I have taken the liberty to look at the ACCA website. They actually have a number of useful resources on mental health, on mental well-being at work, and on lifestyle. Please look them up and see how they can help you in your future career. Before I leave, I want to mention one or two things about the organization I represent, which is LEM Mindfulness. We are a mental wellness social enterprise, and therefore our focus is not on making profits, but our focus is on creating impact. And the impact we are hoping to create is making sure that all of us in this room who are struggling with any mental health condition can get support. Okay? That's what we do. I have my team behind there, and you can pass by and say hello to them, and maybe we can have more discussions. We've done a number of things. Charlotte did mention that. We've engaged on a number of activities over the last 4 years we have been existing, and we are hoping that we can interact with you more and work together to make sure that you don't just live a productive life as an SCCA making a lot of money, but you also live a productive life that adds value to the rest of this world. Thank you so much for listening to me. I don't know if I have time for questions, but you can guide.
Of course, you overran.
Yeah, I promise you.
But you did well. You kept it within 45. So I'd like to ask, do we have 1, 2, 3 burning questions, comments that can be asked before we go into our last session? And as you're thinking about them, there is a desk, actually. Desk, kindly wave so that they see where you are. Exactly. There is a desk of the LEM Mindfulness team for you to... Dorothy, is there? Here's the mic. This one. Yeah. We shall take 3 questions and go into the last session. Thank you.
Please raise your hand, kindly.
Another one there.
There's one here. Okay.
Thank you. My name is Fortunate. My question is based on, you mentioned work pressure, working from 9, like you extend up to 11. So how do you deal with that? Like, if you want to balance with family, you don't get time to see your family or make friends or anything. How does one come around with it without going crumbling, like you said?
Thank you, Fortunate. Can I respond to that? There's another one at the back. So quickly to respond to that, I did mention the 4 areas in work-life balance. The 4 areas basically point you to prioritization. And prioritization will help you to deal with all that pressure. Even at the workplace, prioritize tasks, right? There are things these days they call to-do lists, scheduling, which will help you in prioritizing tasks between what is urgent, what is important and not urgent, and all that. If you learn how to prioritize, you'll be able to deal with that. Working from 8 to 11 is not necessarily the problem. What you do in that time is the problem. But also, in my experience, what I have learned is learn to say no. Learn what? Learn to say no. It's very important. Thank you.
My name is Joan. I'm doing CAT. So my question here is, how is mental health related to ethics? As in ethics, to my understanding, ethics is directly proportional to emotional intelligence. So if you can, putting ethics into consideration, I think there's a little bit of emotional intelligence once you are, delivering such. So how is it connected to ethics, mental health?
Thank you. Thank you so much. Quickly to respond to that, the reason, for example, why ACCA has introduced the ethics module, which I didn't do during my time, is because of the challenges that we are dealing with. Decision making. And Sanjay responded to that question as well. If you are dealing with an ethical dilemma, how do you deal with it? How do you respond to it? One, without annoying your boss. And secondly, by making sure that you protect your job. That requires a lot of emotional regulation. So for you to deal with an ethical dilemma, be as objective as what? As possible. Make sure that you make the right decision, well knowing that there are 2 sides to every what? Every coin. You have to protect the business interests. You have to protect your own what? Interests. And therefore, for me, ethics and mental health are related. Mental health is that bigger, broad thing you deal with, but ethics is what you have to do even in your own private room. How do you make sure that you always do the right what? The right thing. That is it. Any other questions? Good. Thank you so much. I am assuming that you have understood what I said. If you haven't understood, feel free to consult us after this. Thank you.
Would like to give you a bag instead of that hand clap only, which contains something that will brand you when you're there, either at Makere or where you are the executive director. Thank you very much. We appreciate your time, but we really appreciate your passion. If we had not limited Martin, he would have given us a juicy life story. But you can get it from him if you're interested. That's what was hinting on. Ladies and gentlemen, we are going into our last session. There is a session, if you are keen on the program, you would have noticed that we skipped. And it was about the updates, the qualification updates. And we had a couple of people in the room that are not yet registered with ACCA. We apologize. We could not, I think we bit more than we could chew by having quite a packed program. So we'll acknowledge that our updates, very briefly or quickly, the main updates include pre-seen content for the SBL paper, pre-seen content, which is released 2 weeks to the exam date. And this was launched in September 2023. We had a couple of people who were sitting for SBL in December who are not aware. So we realized a good number of students actually don't read emails. Those emails are many from HQ headquarters, but they are important. Internal comms, please read them. Even when they bother you, that is the only way you can be updated as a student, or the main way you can be updated. So pre-seen content is supposed to give you a scenario of what we experience in the workplace. We don't deal with things that are new to us. You just experienced the first speaker this morning, where we could Google and use ChatGPT for everything that we needed. So that is the concept behind providing you the content, but the time has been reduced for the exam. So do not take it lightly. It's important that you go through that content and prepare. The other key update is my exam experience. Performance, yes. My exam performance, which is feedback, customized feedback for every individual and the paper that you've sat. Kindly access that through your account. Every sitting, these are things that people who sat, even if I said from 3 years back, going backwards, would only dream of. They would really ask, why did I get a 49? And they would never get this. But now it's available. So these are the times within which you are operating. So kindly make use of that service. When you get, it doesn't matter whether it's a 28 or a 48, kindly look through the response or the feedback you're getting and know how to attempt that paper once again. Then the other key one is definitely the ethics modules talked about. It's no longer key, but the Study Hub Plus. We have the Study Hub and resources for students. The practice, please use those resources. I think she hinted on them. Utilize the resources, and Jackie can do a demo. So we will be doing, we don't want to call them inductions, but sort of engagements with students where you have challenges, walk into office and we do demos, but we'll be sharing with you a calendar of those induction sessions. Study Hub Plus is for teaching, Study Hub is for resources. So the plus is adding on to the hub, the teaching element. So I've concluded on the ACCA updates in that manner. And with the two ladies that are seated at the front, I would like to usher you into the next session, the mentorship of finding a mentor within ACCA. We have the Global Mentorship Program, where all these mentors are globally distributed. It's for ACCA members, and also as a student, you can access it once you register through the website. However, for local context, there's some things that you will feel. We got feedback from a young member who said she had, I think, a mentor based in China, and she just didn't feel he was understanding her issues. So, so that validates why we need the local mentorship program. Do not take it lightly. When we sent out emails in 2022, we got more members availing themselves than students. And probably they didn't, at that point, they didn't see it or understand it. Would like to encourage you through what is being initiated by the Members Network Panel. The two ladies, Livia Nalman Sikasozi is a fellow of ACCA. Slivia, kindly stand up for recognition. She serves on the Careers Committee of the MNP, and she's got a lot of experience banking until she channeled out and got herself, that CEO role. I'm Slivia and I'm the CEO, as a consultant in financial management. She also serves on the Girls for Girls mentorship program. And I would like to hint that, Sylvia will be presenting to us briefly the structure of the ACCA Uganda mentorship program. Lamunu is also a fellow, and she's the CFO of Infectious Diseases Institute. What easily comes to mind when I talk about Susan is she's the most recent Africa CFO Award winner for the ESG category. Kindly clap for that. She was the overall CFO Uganda Awards, overall CFO Award winner 2022. Am I right? And another category, I forget which it was. And the category of sustainability. So if you hear all those things, ESG, sustainability, get her contact. I think she has a mind structured to think sustainability, but still, Susan, sorry, your names are confusing me, is also serving on the lead committee for the MNP. So would like to invite you to the podium. If I missed out anything very important in your profile, kindly go for it, share with us. And we are giving both of you 40 minutes, including questions. Then we shall.
Don't worry, I'll take maybe 3 minutes. I think that should. Good afternoon. Mine is very simple. We're going to talk about the mentorship program. But before we get into that, let me just tell you my journey, a short story. My journey in ACCA was a challenge. I was in high school, and the big boys were talking about ACCA and how complicated it was, okay? And apparently, no one had completed it in 10 years. And so I was like, challenge. Let me give it a shot. So I went, registered, but I was told I was too young to enroll for ACCA at the time. I was not 18. So I started off with CAT. I completed ACCA in 2006. You can do the math. I've been around for some time, I guess. But before high school, before the high school results came out, I'd already enrolled for CAT. Okay? So when the high school results came out, I just knew, hey, ACCA is a challenge. Let me just go do it, and then go back to my normal university course and take that. But here I am. It's one of the best challenges I've taken, one of the best decisions I've made. But that's not the reason we're here. So taking on from that, my career progression has been very fast-tracked. I'm a CFO right now in Infectious Diseases Institute. But if I was not mentored right as a student and then in my career, I would not be where I'm at. And so Martin set a very good platform for the mentorship discussion. My job is to encourage, please get mentors. Get mentors that are not going to focus only on technical aspects, but that are going to also balance the soft skills that Martin mentioned. Okay? So mine is just an encouragement. I am where I'm at right now because I subscribed to different mentors at different times, right from when I was a student. Okay? So I encourage you, please register when that comes in. Charlotte just mentioned that the mentors were more than the mentees. I hope that by COB today, we have more mentees than the mentors, because that's a better problem to deal with than having more mentors than the mentees. So that's my brief submission to you, is to encourage you, please subscribe to the mentorship program. My colleague will take you through the details of that program, and I'll be happy to support in any questions. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Susan. My name is Sylvia Nalmas Kasozi. I've already been introduced. I feel we are cheated. Susan had a very interesting story, but she has so cut it short. I don't know why. But I'm also a member on the Members Network panel, representing Uganda, representing all of you. And we are here to let you know that there is that mentorship program of ACCA Uganda. And I'm encouraging all of you to subscribe and get to it and get to know what you can do as a member of ACCA as you continue with your journey as a student. The other lady, oh, she has already left. The young one who is the youngest in ACCA. Oh, she's there, yeah. Now, they talked about Sanjay coming here, and every one of us listened to him, and we are very excited. And off he went without us reaching out to know how does Ugandans we say ochikolo otya, but we just sat back and like we are just part of the congregation, and that's the end of the story. Now, the mentor holds your hand and moves with you, and know how you can do certain things in your life, how you can move and be better, a better person, a better 360-degree person, and not just a student, and the story ends there. So if you had engaged him, you would know that, oh, I do this, and I'm going for an interview tomorrow, or you can look at this, you can study this and know about this. You know, this, how is your boss? Is the boss difficult? Is, you know, that journey, and someone moves with you in that journey. And so many of us don't do it, we just sit back. The young lady came to us, and I watched her. She first moved to the other corner. You know, it's okay to be scared. We all get scared once in a while, and until you get your courage and move. So she moved to the side there, looked at us, and then after some time she came here and introduced herself and said, I'm so and so. And of course Charlotte knew her, and we talked to her and engaged, and her story was very powerful. So each one of us has a story, but how is the ending? So many times we fall. We may not be like Martin. Martin just worked through everything, and he got where he is now. His journey was just, was it a year or something in ACCA? Some of us have failed so many times, but get up and walk, and who is there to hold your hand when you're going through the story? Now, we have the desk there. Someone is there ready to register you if you want to be part of the mentorship process. We'll get all of you and your names, and then match them with the mentors who are available, and then see how we can move the journey. We are hoping that it's going to be a 6 months program, and there are so many activities inside there. Some things that the qualities that you need that may not be taught in the technical exams that you are trying to take. Those quality issues that we need. How do I communicate? How do I present myself in front of other people? And they get a buy-in that what I have is good enough. You can see, I told you, I think I forgot to tell you that I was a banker for 29 years. Now, in banking, you have to wear coats and you know you are filled in, you know, covered up and present. Now, if you came to an interview, like how I'm dressed, you know the shoulders are out. I intentionally put on this dress for you to understand it. Your shoulders are out, and the interview panel, they have a number of things they are ticking off, and in the first one is usually the presentation, and then you come with all your shoulders are out and you don't have that coat, and even if you don't have one, borrow if you have to, but be there and present yourself well. So where you would have got a 5 or something, someone would say, only 1, I can only give 1 point for that. So, okay, sorry. So such things are the ones that we get to learn in the mentorship and get to know how we can move in our lives. Someone mentioned about ethics, and there are so many ethical dilemmas. For us I'm still a bank, I can say, though I left I was there for 29 years, but there are so many ethical dilemmas for accountants and for people in numbers. So someone would want to come give you a kickback, and so go back to your mentor. How do I handle this? My pockets are really empty, but this one is giving me this and this. How do I handle this? They'll be able to talk to you and be able to tell you how you can ethically handle such situations. So many things that we do in the program. So please go to that desk, leave your email and your details, and then we'll be able to get back to you, and we start the program. We expect it to go for 6 months, and then thereafter, after graduation, we'll be able to evaluate ourselves. What have we done good? How can we make it better? And all that. And in that, mentorship is something that you keep giving. So after you have moved in that relationship, after you have gained whatever you have gained, you should be able to now give back to somebody else. So we are encouraging those who have gone through the mentorship to now come back and give back and share with the next person in their lives and make them better in what they are doing. So that is the journey that we are hoping to take. And I'm encouraging you, please come on board and be part of it. Do you have something to say? Yeah, so that is what I have for you. Any questions are welcome.
Good afternoon to you all. My name is Bill. So my question is about the cost of joining the mentorship program. You didn't talk about that. And you know, when you're dealing with accountants, you need to tell us about the cost. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. I know accountants, we always look at costs, you're right. Now this is a voluntary program. Mentors will come on board to give back to ACCA as ACCA or FCCA people. They are going to give back to you. So it's free of charge. So there shouldn't be any reason why you don't sign up.
Sorry. Just to clarify, however, there are rules of engagement. There are the do's and don'ts that will apply. So as much as it's free, if someone commits time to sit down with you, please be on time. Please appear. Okay? So it's free, but there are rules of engagement that will apply. Thank you.
Thanks, Susan. Any other questions in the room?
Hi, my name is Nyasha. I just wanted that if you could help me with a breakdown of what are in the mentorship programs, what are we expected to benefit, and like so we can give ourselves like a target of how we're going to engage in it.
Okay. Thank you so much for that. There was a speaker before us who had gone through mentorship, and because time has not been on our side, so we had decided to and we had decided not to go through all that again because we thought you had already done it. But I can say, what is mentorship? It's a relationship between two people. It's a relationship between two people to make you a better person, as I'd mentioned before, professionally, so that you grow, you don't stagnate. Okay, for example, so many of you are very intelligent people. You have done your exams right. Some of you are doing it in a very short time, but that doesn't mean that you're going to be at the top of the of your career, because there are so many other qualitative things that you have to look at, and not only the technical exams that you've sat. So when you have someone whom you call a mentor in that relationship, who will lead you through the journey in your career, then you'll be able to grow and know the don'ts and do's of the profession and how you can be better and go to the top of your career. I hope that helps understand. So, yeah, just a moment.
So there's going to be a balance. We have mentors who focus on the technical aspects. As students, you might be struggling with certain papers. So there are mentors who... Can you still hear me? Okay. So there are mentors who focus on the technical aspects. And then there are mentors who focus on the soft skills, communication skills, presentation skills, critical thinking, negotiating. Depending on the demand that we receive from you, okay, we'll find mentors to support you in that journey, in that area where you're struggling. Does that answer you? All right. Any more questions? In 2014, the ACCA office, ACCA rolled out the mentorship program. It's had a journey. This year, what ACCA is doing is just giving it a framework and, expanding it to other aspects that were not picked up the last time. So ACCA will be the central point of contact. This is an ACCA program. They'll collect names of the mentors, match them with the mentees based on the needs that you've presented, and then that then informs the cohort that we'll have for the first mentorship program for 2024. We'll build a database of the needs. We'll build a database of those that are interested in mentoring and being mentored, and then the cohorts will kick off. After that, we expect I should pick on maybe another student or another person, mentor them in an area, okay? So that we propagate it, it becomes part of the profession, okay? So it's not a one-off, and it's not forced that you've been mentored, mandatory mentor someone, no. We just encourage you to propagate it. So the office will run it. This is the framework we shall use. Details will be shared on email by the ACCA office. So we'll build a database, create cohorts, and then the mentoring will begin, then we'll get feedback so that we continuously improve this program. Does that help? Does that shed more light? Okay. I saw a hand somewhere behind, if you would please.
Okay, thank you very much. So my question is in regard to how we can apply ACCA for people who are not looking at employment per se. Because the whole day I've heard about employability, how it is going to work for if you're working for an organization. So my question is, how about for someone who is intending to, go out there because of the difficulty in the job market in the country? How do I leverage on ACCA qualification? Thank you.
I was just checking with Charlotte if I'm best placed to answer that or she's better. But let me give it an attempt. The ACCA qualification is not purely to keep you employed, okay? You can apply it anywhere, depending on what you focus on, in my view. So what I'm giving is my view. And just to relate it to the mentorship program, one of the things that I think Martin talked about was relationships. I view relationships as a currency, okay? It doesn't fluctuate like the dollar or the pound. I have 5 currencies, and that's one of them, relationships. When you're in an ACCA class, you have friends, you have networks that you build that go beyond employment. The majority of my friends are not ACCA, but they learn a lot from the ethical codes of conduct that I exhibit, that I picked from the ACCA profession. And that, then they ask you, so what's your background? What's your backcloth? What's your bedrock? And so when you pull that out, they begin to relate with the profession. So yes, the focus has been on employment, but you can apply the codes of conduct anywhere beyond an employment environment.
Thanks for that question. And I think you've given us an idea for the next, not summit, but we'll do student webinar. And that one will particularly focus on ACCAs who are running their businesses or entrepreneur. Because also in the workplace or in employment, there is an entrepreneurial skill that is needed for some who are now into business development, for those who are, what strategy doesn't have growth and developing business? And going back to Sanjay's statement, there was one of accounting is the language of business. So when I reference that with your question, they could have hinged on employment, but in actual sense, it addresses your need. However, in practical terms, I think we'll do a webinar, which is having the real accounting hustlers. That's what they used to call themselves. She's a financial management consultant, so she's doing her own consultancy, which then becomes your own hustle or your business, if that is what you meant with, is ACCA just for employment? No, absolutely not. And I think Martin also mentioned the job might be 8 to 5, but the 5 to whenever. Gentlemen, we've come to the end of the day. Allow me say, it's been a wonderful 8 hours. And I would like to just remind who of you is sitting in March. I got a reminder via exactly. Thank you very much for the reminder, Jackie. I've been asked to announce the March sitters, your mocks are out. Kindly attempt them. You're such a spoiler. Who wants to talk about mocks and attempting mocks at this hour? But that is the announcement. Kindly consider attempting the mocks in the next 2 weeks. And if you can even have it marked, that will be more valuable. I'd like to mention that we've managed to have all that we plan to have within the day done. I stepped out briefly, so I do not know if you've been advised. For those who are interested in, checking out what is this mentorship about, kindly mention. You can send us an email. When I say us, whoever you have in your contact list as ACCA and you have their email, they'll then channel you to that list of mentees. Or you can just hint while you step out, Anita, you can create a list of those who are interested, only the name, because we already have your contacts. And then we will share with you the list of the profiles of the list of our mentors, the ones who are available, and their fields of expertise for you to identify who you would like, and then we can take it on from there. Before it's 5 o'clock, I would like us to have said bye-bye. Have a great day. Thank you for coming. It was lovely having you today. Another hand clap for the one who has organized the summit from the program to the delivery, Jackie Mbabazi. Those are your flowers, Jackie. Sorry, we should have given you flowers at the beginning. And for all the support, I think, team, which was mainly around the desk. Anita, kindly wave for acknowledgement. Emmanuel, I could have seen you around lunchtime. There is Emmanuel. Guys, look behind. That's Emmanuel. Sia. Then Dorothy Mtabazi and Patricia Ainembabazi, who is also your colleague at MAT for some of you. So thank you very much. Enjoy your Valentine's evening and do not be stressed if it doesn't turn out the way you expected. Kindly. No stress. Let's be team no stress. Yeah. We've just had a great day. Yeah.